have people hang out who's not doing family stuff, and I can get through a few more daydreams because we need to get through a few more daydreams. January 16th. Gotcha.
Central core.
Ethan, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, I got a few more master missions done too. Hi guys, bye guys. Much love and Merry Christmas, Bull. Merry Christmas to you and yours. I hope you are well. Enjoy the lurk. I know you're trying to avoid spoilers. How about that possible Star Rail and Trails collab? Ethan, I said just a little while ago that if they do the collab, that will probably get me into the game. That'll get me into the rabbit hole of Star Rail. What's up, Leon? Welcome in. I think I'll probably do the two of them before I go after the United Fronts one. I need like 7,000. Thanks to the PlayStation sales, I now got every SAO game. Got Alsatian Licoris Deluxe Edition for a steal. Original cost 105 was down to $20. Couldn't say no to that discount. No, you couldn't. I don't blame you. I have some of them digital copy, but I also have the physical copies because, you know, I like my physical copies of games. And I got them for a cheap, I found them for a cheap price as well, so. Collab is just a rumor for now, right? I would be so happy if that happens. Yeah, so far I think it's a rumor. Like, they did have the devs visit Falcom, so it'll be interesting if it happens. Yeah, Kondo did say they're open to it. Didn't Kondo also give the guy like something with Tio because Tio's his favorite character? I was correct. The last recollection just wasn't secure in the case. Thankfully, it doesn't look like anything happened. But since it's the latest game, don't want to fire it up to check. Yeah, I've had a few games come like that.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 Daydreams, and I have all the trials done so far. And we have the Sporting Stone.
Sporting Stone.
The Tio keychain. He had Tio as a profile pic for over 10 years. Dang. So we're going to start off with Project Turfing, and then we'll get into some Daydreams. We'll probably do like one area of Project Turfing, and then we'll do, we'll start Daydreams. March 1207. With class promotion exams out of the way, spring break was just around the corner on the branch campus. Regardless, the students were thrust into a surprisingly intense class one day. Panzer Soldat drills consisting of 2-on-2 matches between all the students. We lost? Hey, that's how it's done. Their combat sensors are razor sharp as ever. Yeah, You boys put on a great show. And with that, our Panzer Soldat champions for the year are Kurt and Ash. Congratulations, you two. Hey, we ain't done just yet. Ash, what are you... You can't just call it at that, Schwarzer. Where's our exhibition match, huh? Come on, instructor. You'll fight us, right? I think it's fair to say that Ash and myself are stronger than ever. We wish to fight you so that we can gauge just how far we truly have come. Instructor, will you accept our challenge? It's not every day you get to see Kurt this riled up. He does have a point, though. That he does. What will our instructor do? I can't very well back down when you two put it like that. You've got your match. Consider this your ultimate training drill for the year. Hell yeah! Now we're talking. About time Instructor Reen joined the fray. I wouldn't miss this fight for the world. Alright everyone. The match between Kurt Vander and Ash Carbide versus Instructor Reen is about to begin. Ready? And fight! Not bad, you two. What's the matter, Schwarzer? Don't go thinking this is over yet. We're just getting started. That won't be necessary OST, exactly. Holy, how do you manage to dodge that? The more I watch this, the more I want to go another round myself. Come on, Kurt, Ash, you guys have got this. Whoa, are they serious? Amazing. I think they've got him on the ropes. Looks like Instructor Reen's winning record won't be pristine for much longer. There, got you now. Damn it, he went after my blind spot. That was cool. Oh, what's going on? Oh no, the orbital engine's shorting out. Instructor Reen, don't move. Stay where you are. Guess that last move was a bit much for the Draken to handle. Sorry, you two. Looks like I pushed my unit just a little too far. I hate to do this, but we'll have to call our match a draw. I cardboard. How are you? Goose straw? We were so close. We had it. We almost had him. Shit, man. I almost thought I was a goner. Getting kind of hungry. Need to scrounge for some food. The cost of that Panzer Soldat is coming out of your paycheck, Green. What's up, Jim? Dan, thank you for the 10 sub gifts. I know a lot of those names. Dan, thank you for the 10 sub gifts. Very much appreciate it. You already have something coming in the mail to me. That was plenty. Thank you for making me wear this hat a lot longer. That was quite the rousing show you three put on. As for you, Schwarzer, that you broke one of our practice units is no small feat. I only hope this doesn't lead to yet more trouble for us further down the line. I gotta wear this thing for an hour? Dang. That evening, Professor Schmidt summoned Reen to the school hangar. The reason was abundantly clear. Time for Reen to borrow Aurelia's unit? Definitely. Getting dragged into his lair is the last thing I want. But it's my fault the Draken got damaged. It's only fair that I head on over and take whatever reprimand is in store for me. Just think of it as a 58-minute for people to do other things to extend the time. Excuse me, Professor Schmidt. Its mobility far surpassed the velocity of any current machine capable of flight. I bet it could handle things just fine even if we were to triple the load on the joints. Increasing power alone won't make it any better machine. We'll have to balance it with more torque as well. Oh, hello, Instructor Makarov. George. I didn't mean to damage your test unit. Don't worry about it. We got some great data on it thanks to you. You did? Was just wrapping up a pretty thorough analysis on it. George, Shithead, and Mac Daddy. Yay. Actually, your feedback would be a great point of reference. Why do you think it overheated? Well, for me, I think it's because I tried moving it like I would Valimar. I knew it. But the Draken 2 can't keep up with your piloting as a former Awakener. The key difference between Divine Knights and Panzer Soldats is that the former were autonomous. The materials and overall structure do vary, but even were we to build an exact replica, we can never recreate their sense of self. Having wills of their own and linking with their Awakeners helped them to achieve spectacular control. I'm afraid what you're used to will remain impossible here. I see. Unfortunate, but it makes sense. On the flip side, if we develop a decent enough autonomous control system, getting close enough to a Divine Knight's mobility isn't out of the realm of possibility. Really? Sort of. There's a unit that's already dipping into that. It's not quite the same, but it's the Zauber engine equipped inside Zauber Soldats. It does have a negative effect on its pilot's mind, but it allows for autonomous control at absurd reaction speeds. I had no idea. I've been assisting with research on how to prevent the engine's mind corruption. That's just dealing with a known side effect, though. It has nothing to do with improving the engine's technical specs. Yeah, I felt the difference myself when piloting. Take away the negative effects and the specs aren't much better than anything else we've got on the market. We need to find something else if we're going to make this work. I've got the long and short of what you're saying, I think. Recreating Divine Knight capabilities using Panzer Soldat tech sounds like a hell of a challenge. It's nice that you get just how tough it is. Finding a solution is what's going to be Instructor Makarov's capstone project. Really? Yeah, I guess. I know I threw it all away in the past to run, but I can't let the data Franz left behind go to waste. I can't keep saying it ain't my problem to deal with anymore. Not when my fellow pupils are willing to put in the work alongside me. Well, what else can I do but wish you luck? I'll also be taking part in this development. If there's a new revelation to be discovered, I wish to be a part of seeing it come to fruition. I appreciate it. While you're here, Reen, want to see the prototype one I put together? Absolutely. What is that? The first of a new generation of Panzer Soldats. We call it the Turfing. Keep in mind this is still just a prototype. I'd say it's about half finished. Still, it looks absolutely incredible. This is what a Panzer Soldat designed from scratch looks like. One completely separate from the 5 base types Franz designed. Most of the structural issues that plagued the original designs have been tidied up. I was wondering what you've been up to all this time. Now it makes sense. Sorry for keeping things under wraps. Didn't want anyone making a fuss over this until it was done. There are still plenty of software bugs to work out anyway. The autonomous control system especially needs some tweaking. It's equipped with the Capel 3 ZCF's newest orbital computer. It has 10 times the Draken 2's processing capacity, and therefore requires manipulating exponentially more data to tune. You push the Draken 2 to its limits, so this should be child's play. Now hurry up. Get in the Soldat, Schwarzer. I appreciate you being on board for this and all, but you could cool your jets a little. It's fine, instructor. I'm actually pretty stoked to see what this thing can do. But what exactly should I be doing? Nothing special. Just spar with me in a simulation in the simulator. Fee? You've been helping out with the development too? Yep. The guild saddled me with a job tracking down Soldats circulating on the black market a while ago. That led me to turning to the professor for advice, and he agreed to help me out if I did something for him in return. I've gotten a lot of practice in with these things by now. I think I can give you a run for your Mira. Wow. I never would have guessed you'd take such an interest. What was that you said about using a simulator, though? Yes, you'll be using a system set up by Professor Schmidt for this phase. I hope you weren't expecting us to let you trash a prototype in actual battle. This terminal has the control specs of each unit programmed into it. You'll be able to control a virtual unit on a simulated battlefield. We like to call it the Soldat Simulator. We'd erect a dedicated laboratory and conduct a battery of live tests originally. We'll simply have to make do with what we have. Nevertheless, I can guarantee the data we'll get from this will be as close as possible to what we've received from live battle tests. And that's why we need skilled pilots to fight in the simulator. Sorry to drop this on you so suddenly. Think you can take it for a spin anyway? It handles a little different from the older Soldats, but I doubt that'll give you much trouble. You don't even need to ask. Let's do this. Schmidt going for that. Getting the robot, Shinji? Definitely. I guess we'll do the tutorial first. Oh boy. This is different. Destroy all of the enemy forces within the time limit shown in the bottom left corner of the screen. More ham, more dressing, more pain. Yum. Yum. Welcome, Jeff, to a bad minigame. Oh, yes. This is going to be a bad minigame.
Boot process complete. Can you hear me, Reen? You're clear to proceed with your stage attempt.
Loud and clear. Understood. Sit! There! There! Sit! Sit! There! Sit! There! There! Sit! There! There!
Sorry for the holdup, Reen.
Wow. It was probably designed by Schmidt, and we all know his penchant for sadism. Oh boy.
I think you've had enough of a warm-up. It's time for the main event.
Kestrel encountered. Commencing engagement. Let's do this, Fee.
Here we go.
There!
This blows.
You're finished!
Let my guard down. Whew, not bad.
How is it that the little mini enemies knock me down to half health, and then Fee comes in with the Kestrel and doesn't hit me? Minigame is so clunky it makes Tokyo Xanadu feel like it's doing a slip and slide butt naked after shaving her whole body in a baby. Wow. Was finally able to find a replacement box for my Switch version of Persona 5 Tactica since my OG box label got water damaged somehow. Nice, Shadow King. At least you found one. At least you found one. Good thing this is just a simulation, because otherwise, holy shit, Reen.
I'm pulling back. The rest is up to you.
Copy that. I'll take it from here.
Is that you, Laura?
Hello, Reen. Indeed it is. It would be an honor to duel you again, even if the format is different than I'm used to. Let us fight as hard as always.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
I must do something.
There!
An Careless. You fought superbly, Reen. I expect
We need more Fina sold out outside of this minigame. I think so too. I think we need to see a few of the other Class 7 members in sold outs. She can use that thing. Shaka isn't broken. She had to read the manual like 20 times.
Mission complete.
Good job out there, Reen.
I can get silver shards from this. Wow. Thanks for the help, Breen. Looks like we got some good data. Glad to help. The turfing seems a bit rough around the edges, but it sure packs a punch. A man of fine taste. Take my word for it, though. That was only half of what we're projecting to do.
Roger, roger.
Just wait until we're done fine-tuning it. You don't say. Man, I can't wait to see it. Nice work out there, Laura. Thank you. I thought it was a good match. Sorry to surprise you like that, Reen. You two were already going at it when I arrived, so I couldn't help but want to join in. I was even more surprised to see you piloting a sold-out Panzer sold-out than Fee. Where did you learn how to do that? I picked it up while assisting Father with the training drills he occasionally gives the army. As I've said, Lady Aurelia is one of the swordsmen I hope to surpass someday. I thought it necessary to one day reach the heights she has. So that's it. Well, you're off to a good start. You showed just as much power behind the controls of a soldat as you do on the ground. I heard you became an instructor for the army like the Viscount. You're going to leave me in the dust if I don't keep up with my training. What's up, Kamen Rider? Same here. Slow down, will ya? A little, will ya? Well, I've only come as far as I have thanks to you two and the others. Anyway, the data we got is looking just as good as we hoped. I'd like to start fine-tuning the turfing right away, but there's just one little thing. Would you mind coming back to help us again sometime, Reen? There's something I'd like you to test out. Oh, I think I know what it is. That must be Project Turfing has entered its final phase then. Final phase? Wait, they've had a fancy name for it all along? Sure, I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got in mind. Nice. Thanks for the help. Shocked she didn't make the sold-out blow up like she did the Orbital washing machine. That washing machine was crazy. OG Class 7s deserve custom units. New Class 7 gets standard for now. They haven't earned their place in Legends as of yet. But Machias needs to
Sporting Stone activated.
Machias needs the lower model. He just needs a base model. Maybe Laura as well. 3 days after Project Turfing's last battle simulation, Reen made his way to the development site upon receiving an update from Instructor Makarov. Alright, so according to the instructor, we should be a bit ready to go. It's Mint! Reen, what's up? Uncle Makarov called you over, right? Yep. Looks like you already know what's going on. That I do. Laura with the right build becomes Destroyer of Worlds. It's true. I was asked to get some parts last time, but I didn't have the time. Now though, you won't be able to get rid of me. I'm down to get this show on the road. Let's wait for the others a bit before diving right in. Hey, Miss Mint. We're here to give you a wee bit of help. Wait, huh? People have been coming in and out here a lot these days. So just where are Professor Schmidt, Instructor Makarov, and George? Yeah, wonder what they're up to. She has the greatest enthusiasm. What the? Hey, what's up, Reen? No worries, Neil. Enjoy the exchange and time with the brother. I thought you might be surprised. Definitely. This is the new model? Yep. Drink it in. This here's the Turfing S. That's all yours. Wait, what? Really? Sure is. This version was tuned specifically to the data you provided from the last test. It's been modified to match all your habits and quirks. Downside being it makes it nearly impossible for anyone else to pilot. Though that also means you should find its output and responsiveness to be better than any Soldat you've piloted before. A prototype tailored just for me? I don't even know what to say. If you're gonna thank someone, you could start with me. I helped him make it. Though I did almost delete all the data at one point, but let's not talk about that. Mint, I'm begging you to keep your hands away from the console from now on. Some things never change. So I'm guessing we'll be gathering more battle data? Yes, but you won't be sparring with myself or Fee this time, to be precise. In fact, I believe our guests should be just about done gearing up. Gaius? I suppose this is the best we can do on such short notice. You had better push these models to their limits. I'm expecting good data. Of course, I'm happy to help. Oh, and Crow. Lovely. Pattern C should have the best response. Mind tuning it up for a little indoor scrap? You've got it. Just give me a sec. Wait, Gaius? Crow? Wait, Jeff, you didn't fight Olaf Krag standing on top of the tank with his arms folded? I did not. In the flesh. Good to see you, by the way. We've also been helping with the turfing. I suppose that means we'll be the opponents. Seriously, would a little warning have been too much to ask for? You could have at least said hi if you've been here the whole time. Sorry about that. I just arrived back in town a little while ago myself. I've had to fly all over Erebonia lately as part of my responsibilities as a traveling priest. Though that did allow me the opportunity to do some Soldat training with Brigadier General Bardius the other day. I tried controlling it like I was riding a horse, but the Brigadier General defeated me easily. My unit ended up overheating. Something similar happened to you recently from what I've heard. I think that's why I was invited to join the project. That makes sense. Still, I bet that also means you have a high ceiling. I can only imagine how good you'll be if Brigadier General Bardius trained you. Maybe. This will be my first time fighting in the simulator, so go easy on me. I think you can guess why they asked me to join. Probably has something to do with me being Ordine's Awakener. That unit back there is the Turfing X, my very own custom model. So yours probably controls just as Ordine did. That should present a pretty tough challenge. But wait, it's not like they can throw together a custom unit like that in a few hours, right? You got me. Time to come clean. I've been scheming this for a while just to see the look on your face. Man, let me tell you, it hasn't been easy sneaking around here without your crow senses going off. But it was totally worth it. We got you good. Yeah, I'll say. I never suspected a thing. Can't let your guard down around them. Sorry for keeping things under wraps. All that really matters, though, is that we collect data from 2 X-Awakeners to help finish the turfing. So how about it? Up for you getting your hands dirty again for the cause? You bet. I've got some personal business to take care of in the near future, so I don't mind letting off a little steam beforehand. Let's get this party started, boys. Time to knock Project Turfing right on its ass. Yeah, I'm ready when you are. I hope you don't mind us spectating. Gaius here to perform the wind test against the turfing. Make sure it's up to the hurricane code. Pretty much.
Boot process complete. Beginning inspection. How's the Tierfing S treating you, Reen?
I don't know. You won't let me move yet.
It feels great to me. I can't wait to put it through its paces and see just how far I can push it.
That's exactly what I like to hear.
There! 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 Sam! I can still fight. There! 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 Sam! 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 There! Sam! Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, I know. I can do better than that.
Boot process complete. How's the Tierfing?
It feels great. I can't wait to.
That's exactly what.
There! Sam! 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 There! Sam! There! There! Sam! There! 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 Sam! Sam! There! Sam! Sam!
All right, let's get this started. Don't go thinking that unit is complete. At least, not until it's faced the pinnacle of Nord spearmanship.
Oh, the pinnacle of Nord spearmanship. Oh, Lord.
Looking forward to it. Hit me with everything you've got, Gaius.
Let's go.
Sam! 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 I can still fight. Sorry,
Ow.
everyone.
Boot process complete. Beginning inspection. How's the Tierfing S?
It feels great. I can't.
That's exact.
There! Sam! There! There! Sam! There! 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 Sam! There! 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 Sam!
I got this one lost again.
Sam! Sam!
All right, let's get this started.
I'll get it eventually.
Don't go. Let's go.
Sam! I can still fight. Sam! Fool!
I gotta see, is this?
Fool! There! I won't let you! Fool! Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, the combos are killing me, yeah.
Boot process complete. Beginning inspection. How's the tier?
It feels. I can't.
That's exact.
Sam! There! There! Sam! Sam! There! Sam! Here comes a new challenger!
Zyfree,
Sam!
thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders.
Sam!
Don't know who I am. I am Jeff.
Sam! 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 Sam!
Mini game time? It is. It is bad mini game time.
Sam! Sam! There! Sam!
All right, let's get this started.
What's up, dragon?
Don't go thinking that unit is complete. At least, not until it's faced the pinnacle of Nord spearmanship. Let's go.
Fool! Sam! Fool! Sam! Fool! Sam! Fool! There! There!
I can still fight.
That was bad.
There!
I won't let you.
Sam!
I won't let you.
Fool! Sam! You're finished!
Still not good enough.
Normally people would be pissed if a future game if they brought back Corpse Math. I'd love it.
But the real battle's only just begun.
There you are, Crow. I can tell you're ready for a fight.
Yep, I've already taken her out for plenty of test drives.
Of course you have.
I've gotta say, this setup's got me feeling like I'm right back at home again. But enough reminiscing. What do you say we see who's got a better handle on their unit?
Wouldn't dream of it. Let's do this, Crow. Sam! There! Sam!
Not going down that easy.
Sam! You're finished!
Damn it. Screwed up.
Gaius was harder than Crow.
Damn. You got me real good there. Can't complain though. It's been a while since I had this much fun.
Managed to pull it off.
Nice. Thanks for pitching in.
Freak, thank you for the raid. Thank you for sharing your community. How are you? Merry Christmas, Philly. Welcome in. Wow, my palms are all sweaty from gripping the edge of my seat. Same. That was unlike any sold-out fight I've seen before. Good job, boys. The data's excellent. B, I expected an S from you, redo. Down the line. It's different combat than what I'm used to. I really owe you. The final adjustments are going to be done in no time now. That's great. I'm glad we could help. Never feels good to take an L, but at least the data should be useful. I'd like to think the battle was beneficial for us all. Hey Mint, give me a hand with adjusting the actuator. We've got to wrap this up and present today. No time to waste. You got it, boss. Seems like they're finally in the home stretch. It's good to see. Well, we've come this far. We may as well pitch in to help with the finishing touches. Yeah, I guess. A few extra pairs of hands never hurt anyone. Let us know if there's anywhere we could be of help, instructor. Don't mind if I do. I'm sort of pressed for time, so I'll take all the help I can get. Talk about a group effort. I better lend a hand myself. It wasn't the same as piloting Valimar, but something did feel familiar about it. It would seem you've gathered the last batch of data you need. It's about time. Yeah, things should be smooth sailing from here. I had to peek at the results. They look pretty promising. I can only imagine how impressive they'll be after the final adjustments. So what do you think, Professor? Is this worthy of being Instructor Makarov's capstone project? I'm not the one who should be answering that. What do you think of it, Schwarzer? Me? Well, I can't deny there's something special about piloting the Turfing S. It's nothing like Valimar, but the controls still somehow felt familiar. It was as if the Turfing understood exactly what I was looking for in a Soldat. If I had to sum it up in one evaluation, I would say that despite being incapable of moving on its own, the Turfing's precision in executing its pilot's movements make it a great ally for any soldier or martial artist. A passing grade, in other words. I'd say so, yeah. Well, that's a relief. Apparently, Professor Schmidt was planning to use your feedback to decide whether it was an acceptable capstone project all along. You were? It would be foolish to ignore the input of a former Awakener. Developing a Panzer Soldat from scratch can take even a genius engineer 2 or more years. Makarov chose to ignore my first disciple's work and go it on his own. This project was never about achieving a certain threshold of performance, but rather him demonstrating his abilities. He managed to complete the project without having to rely on Franz's legacy, the man who once overshadowed him, or rather, he soon will. Makarov seems keen on keeping us waiting a few more hours for the final results. Doesn't he know how busy I am? At least it sounds like he's already made up his mind to approve it. There you have it. All that's left now is lending a hand where he needs us and try not to get in his way. What in the... What is that thing? Amazing. Did you develop a brand new model? Damn, and you couldn't let us in on the fun? Yeah, instructor. I can't believe you keep something like this a secret. Guess the cat's out of the bag now. I think that's for the best. Now they can all pitch in. The Turfing S. Does the S stand for sexy? It's just as impressive looking as its pilot. This is a research building. Please control yourself. I heard something about it from the principal, but this is beyond anything I imagined. I'm more interested in this terminal you've been using to crunch the data. Soldat simulator, eh? Sounds like a good time. Hands off the terminal. Who let the kids in here anyway? There's confidential property in here. Mint, whatever you do, don't you dare trip the power while we're backing up the data. It'll corrupt everything. Got it? Stay away from that power cord. Oh, come on, Uncle Makarov. Even I'm not that clumsy. Mint, isn't that the power button your finger is hovering over? You can't take your eyes off this girl. Get out, get out, get out! You're in the way. It's starting to feel like a party in here. Yeah, seriously. But hey, this is Thor's way of doing things. Probably the fact we are no Or an awakener. Your kids didn't have a security clearance. They did not. Makarov officially presented his capstone project shortly after. Once it was given, Professor Schmidt gave his stamp of approval. Makarov hurried off, saying there was somewhere he had to be. But that's a story for another day. First time bonus item, Lion King.
Cheers!
Bell Sorcerer, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Merry Christmas, Jeff and chat. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Very much appreciated. I was about to sing The Lion King, but you're not getting it now. Long live the king. Exactly. Long live the king. Strength 300. Damage dealt increases with at less enemies present. Plus 35. Max plus 35%. I changed my reen a little bit. I also updated Emma a little bit. And well, I'm debating whether I'm going to take cast 3 off of Nadia and put a Hades gem on her. Because, well, reduce attack delay of after fire arts by half. Attack delay halved. Time to cast arts cut by 33%. Time to cast arts cut by 50%. But wait! There's more. Cast time minus 66%. Cast time minus 33%. I can take down Rutger and Garcia's hollows with them probably only getting 1 turn. I don't know how much you can stack, but they sometimes, it depends on the order. They sometimes get a turn. It's mostly only Rutger powering himself up, and then that's it. If Garcia gets a turn, he usually misses Reen. I'm not done with Vita yet.
Rendering browsing interface.
All right, the Fallen Prince. We'll do this one first.
I perfectly understood the choice I made. For the first time in my life, I made a choice entirely of my own free will.
You like this one?
There's no one to cling to anymore, no one to protect me. Such is the path I choose to walk.
Somewhere along the Zemirian continent. Oh, look at that shit. It's been a while. Still think Don Macaroni is a joke because his name is Macaroni. Macaroni. Macaroni.
Who in their right mind would call this clean? Maid! That's right. What am I doing? I need some fresh air.
The Fallen Prince. My first months as part of the society were grueling and painful. I began as an enforcer candidate and struggled through one ordeal after the next under Shirley's watchful eye. From the sum of these came a stark realization. I was naive, feeble, and a sorry excuse for a human being.
Seriously? You're whipping it out now?
Now that I'm on my own, I can whip it out whenever I want. Jim, thank you for the 479 bits. This is how the Red Constellation trains? Less joking, more moving. If this was an actual battlefield, your lollygagging would have killed you. Your royal blood means nothing here. You think I don't know that? Sword versus chainsaw. Gun. I knew you'd be weaker without the Imperial Fortress's power. This is pathetic. You trying to bore me instead of beat me to death, kiddo? Another round. Please. I think that's enough for one day. She leaves me in the dust like it's nothing. You sure aren't going easy on him just because he used to be a prince, huh? In Ouroboros, only the strong succeed. This is no place for the pampered. Even I struggled to find my feet at first. But if he fails to become an enforcer, I could always use another lackey. Damn it. Damn it all. He heard Gilbert and that's what pushed him. I thought I could do better than that. Did I even learn anything at Thor's? No. What am I thinking? I knew this wouldn't be easy. I didn't choose this expecting anything to be handed to me. So why do I feel so... Just like I thought. He's still too soft. It takes more than a little darkness buried in your heart to become an enforcer. Whether he sinks or swims is entirely up to him at this point. Which reminds me, I heard you went to Shirley with a request, Professor. Since when did you two get so cozy? Yes, I approached her about creating the ideal conditions for an experiment of mine. I realize her men have their hands plenty full. I'm still hopeful they can provide me with some useful data. Gnosis is always an option. I don't think he wants to turn demon. Days later, Shirley led me to the ancient battlefield in Crossbell for reasons I wasn't made privy to. What awaited me was a training exercise harsher than anything they had given me before. Thank you. My PS5 froze? Yeah, the PS5 froze. My bitrate went to like 11,000. Are we back? I think we're back. I never got what Cedric said, but sure do. All you've got to do is survive to the end and give Gareth and Gilbert a good fight. We'll keep an eye out. Okay, perfect. And it's not like you'll really be alone. You'll have your little partner I borrowed from the professor to help you out. It's something about wanting to test combat links between people and archaisms or something. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Maybe use it as a diversion or something. Get creative. Oh, and we set up some gizmo that will insulate the battlefield sounds, so feel free to go ape. Is there a button I can press? Probably. Oh yeah, there we go. You want me to take on the Red Constellation and a group of enhanced Jaegers alone? Sounds about right. You can't think this oversized toy is going to be of any use to me. What's the point of giving me a task that I have no chance of succeeding at? Look, if you're scared of giving this a shot, you're free to run away like a little baby. I invited you, but no one is forcing you to stay. Want to run? There's the door. No one here will come running after you. But ask yourself if you wouldn't live to regret it. That's the decision you gotta make for yourself, not as a prince, but as your own person. Oh, and the front gate's locked. It'd be too easy if it wasn't, so find some other way to get inside. Got it? And also... What the? There's your cue. Off you go. I wouldn't stand in one spot for too long if I were you. As I told Gareth, he's welcome to put you down if he has a clean shot. You must be kidding. Fine. I'm going. He's here. Our orders were not to hold back. Let's get him. Damn it. Well, neither will I. Oh my lord, we get to use him?
Leave it to me. I'll get you home.
What are you?
Oh. No, throwing the fight? I'm trying not to.
go! Here I go!
You'll never make it as an enforcer in a million years. Wow.
Here I go!
Our final test to become an enforcer is to kill Shirley. Be interesting, I think.
Got you! Talisman, Blade! Here I go! Grant me strength! Carmine Heart! Very well. Flames, flicker, and roar! Now, gather in my blade! Purgatory Saber! You arrogant... Why you? Here I go. You're mine! You arrogant... Very well. You're mine! Why you?
Seems fair.
This is just the beginning.
Beowulf and Erda. Interesting. How could even rank and file Jaegers be this strong? His reflexes aren't too shabby. No wonder the commander sees potential in him. You call this a fair fight? How do you expect anyone to win when they're outnumbered by... Hey, do you know who you're shooting at? Don't think you're going to get away with this. I don't know. Who are we shooting at? And what are you going to do about it? All I see is a target to hunt down. That's what we're gonna do. Keep your head on a swivel if you don't want to lose it. This isn't like any training I've been subjected to in my whole life. Surely trying to have me killed? What's the point of having me hunted like a wild animal? This is absurd. I'm Cedric Rice Arnor. I shouldn't be subjected to a fight for my life like this. Why? Why is this happening to me? What did I ever do to deserve... Listen to me act like I'm still a prince of Imperial family and not some nobody. People have been sent to Gehenna for far less crimes than the unspeakable crimes I've committed over the last year. And don't even try to say that you weren't just being manipulated, Cedric. You did it because you wanted to. It was your own will, your own desires, that led you to go astray, help start a war, and then finally end up in this society. I need to grow the hell up and start taking responsibility for my own life.
That's right. All I am now is Cedric, an unjustly proud, no-good fool. I turned my back on my friends, family, and country the moment I chose this path. That's what they've been trying to get through my thick skull this entire time. So I refuse to die like a worthless dog out here. I won't.
What's up, Thielen?
It would be an insult to them after all they've done for me. Huh?
Surrendering?
I do believe that's my line. Because if you don't, then I'm going to cut you down where you stand. Now, come at me!
About time.
So you managed to make it here after all. To be honest, I didn't think you'd still be in one piece.
I wouldn't be if I tried to fight them all at once. I'm wise enough to know how to scatter the enemy and slip by them. It's a basic military tactic that I learned at the academy. Now all that's left is defeating you two and I'll have passed. Don't expect me to take it easy on you.
Is it me? Or is there something different about you?
You finally found the resolve to face your fate head on. Good. Then I will respond in kind. You shall be tested by the Blitz as the young Miss Order.
Have it your way. Test me as you see fit.
I still don't get the whole flippin' attitude, but fuck! You're about to learn that the world is a cold, cruel place. I, Gilbert Stein, regimental commander of the 6th Enhanced Jaeger Brigade, shall be your tutor.
We'll see if you can get past us.
Just don't get cocky. You're still new around here.
When Lois showed up here in the main story, they noticed bullet holes in the walls and wondered why there were. Ah, they did.
Very well. Here I go. Very well. Grant me strength, Carmine Heart! Here I go. Flames, flicker, and roar! Now, gather in my blade! Purgatory Saber!
You're finished!
Oh, you got Gilbert too? Damn.
Very well.
Curses! So you know how to scrap after all.
Unacceptable!
Come on!
Very well.
Fair. I'll get that after.
Very well. Here I go. Grant me strength, Carmine Heart! Very well.
But how?
Very well.
Really capable of!
Very well. Flames, flicker, and roar! Now, gather in my blade! Purgatory Saber!
Hopefully this works.
I was sloppy.
I think it's kind of cool that we're using Cedric.
Hold on a second. I'm so sorry. See? Look at
We
me.
got to see it. I love it.
Please. Can't we all just get along? This is what you get. You gotta be.
Love it.
Here I go! Here I go!
What's up, Drake? How are you? Merry Christmas.
Flames that kindle within me. Ignite! Very well.
You're finished.
Very well.
Now that Cap has finished his nap, how is everyone? Fantastic. Fantastic. How goes Reverie? Reverie is going fantastic.
All right.
Flames, flicker, and roar! Now.
Oh, he's gonna
gather in my
heal
blade.
too. Ah, shit.
Purgatory Saber!
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Whiskey and Coke time? I'm going to get another beverage
Just the
shortly.
beginning.
Well done.
Newbie acting like he owns the place.
Oh? Since when has the society's hierarchy been based on seniority? But no need to look so glum. I'll be certain to find a suitable use for you as an enforcer.
I will not stand for this!
Commander?
The battle is over, sir. I think we should accept...
I'm not accepting anything! I will not be walked all over by this twerp! To my side, Geopash!
So this is your personal aircraft I've heard so much about.
Is it that intimidating? Good. It's going to teach you some respect, newbie. Watch and learn how a real Ouroboros veteran fights.
All right, this has gone on long enough.
Let him have his fun, Gareth.
Are you sure?
Our boy wants to be an enforcer, yeah? Then let him fight his own battles. This is a good chance to see what he can do.
Very well. I'll attend your little class. And once I graduate, I'll show you that I'm done being used. From now on, I'll live life by my terms.
Victory is in the bag! You'll finish! Hut!
Probably get some food. I haven't eaten today yet. You should get food, Cardboard. You should. Food is sustenance. He's gonna heal all right in 3 to 4 months. Yeah, when this thing explodes, it's gonna be fantastic.
Imbecile!
Here I go!
Hut!
Here I go!
Ha! Imbecile!
What?
You'll finish!
What? Here I go!
All right! You'll finish!
Here I go!
Hut! You'll finish!
Very well. Very well. Flames, flicker, and roar! Now, gather in my blade! Purgatory Saber!
What the? This jump was just prepared!
It was just prepared. Poor thing.
You'll finish!
Very well. Ha!
You're finished!
Here I go! Here I go!
You think you're being cute? Take that! Woohoo! Get a good look! It's about to get real! Not so cute now!
Very well. Hut! Here I go. Ha! Here I go. Flames, flicker, and roar!
They never gave you much items in this, which I guess is good because it's kind of a trial in that, so.
Purgatory Saber!
You're finished! You're finished!
Here I go.
You're finished!
What? Here I go. Flames that kindle within me.
Ignite!
Here I go. Very well. Flames, flicker, and roar! Now, gather in my blade! Purgatory Saber!
You're finished! You're finished!
What?
You're finished!
Very well. Here I go.
Nice.
You're mine. Here I go. All right. Flames flicker and roar.
Hopefully this is
Now,
enough.
Gather in my blade.
I was hoping to get enough BP for his order, but
Reverie, Saber!
that is not enough.
Go finish! Yuck! Go finish!
Very well.
Imbecile!
Here I go. Grant me strength. Carmine Heart! Here I go. Flames flicker and roar. Now, gather in my blade. Purgatory Saber!
There we go.
No! Tell me this is a bad
This
dream!
is just the beginning.
I would have loved to see him fly out of the Geopatch cockpit. That would have been hilarious.
I shall waver no more.
No! This can't be happening! Lord.
Commander.
Not again.
Not bad. See, you can do it if you put your mind to it.
I hope you aren't implying that this was in any way a challenge. My goal is to be an enforcer. Small fry like him won't stand in my way.
Now that's more like it. You should keep fighting like your life depends on it. That's the most fun way to live, if you ask me.
Of course it is, Shirley.
I can't say that sounds very tempting, knowing your twisted sense of fun. But very well. I welcome any challenge.
What's up, Kira?
The path I've chosen is in no way righteous, but it is the right path for me. I must learn to walk it and continue forward, even when I'm separated from those who care for me. I've no right to thank any of you, let alone face you and ask for your forgiveness. However, Kurt, Alphen, Olivert, and Reen, I still...
Not yet, I haven't. That's going to be coming probably tomorrow or the next day.
I wish you well, Olivert.
$19. So he's Enforcer 19. Yeah, I like what they did with him here, yeah. Prominence Nova. That should pop a trophy, I think. Or did I get 2 of them? I have 2 of them. Wow. Okay, I have to see something. So if I remove... Okay, so... Hold on. If I put... that on him, he has 4,011 strength. Excellent. 4,200 strength. If the tarot thing applies, that would link him to the sun card. Yeah, so the enforcers are all... they all have their own tarot cards based off of their enforcer number. Cedric's corresponding tarot number 19, the sun, reflects his overconfidence and optimism regarding his position and abilities. It also represents his willingness to abandon his royal responsibilities upon joining the society. Further links include the sun being a beacon of light and warmth, just like his role as one of Erebonia's greatest treasures, and a source of motivation and pride for its citizens. He also uses a variety of fire-themed crafts and sports warm, fiery colors in his color scheme. It's fitting. Very fitting, actually. So we know of a few now. I'm interested to see who we're going to see in the next arc, but that's for when we get to it. Okay, I am going... There's an ad coming in shortly, so I'm going to run the ad. And I'm going to go pour myself a beverage. And when we come back, we are going to do... Ultimate Wilderness Cooking. That's the one we're going to do, because I want to see what this one is. Alright folks, if you gotta grab a beverage, a snack, do so. We will be back shortly. Someone get me the artwork of Osborne jumping off a rooftop shouting, "The world!" You're running ads is good exercise? Yeah, we're gonna do that now. We're gonna get it in 3 minutes of exercise. Look at that. Back just in time. Just in time. Got a nice D20 glass of, you can't see the D20, of Pepsi and Weisers. Ultimate Wilderness Cooking. Let's go. It was mid-February in the year 1207 of the Septian calendar, 2 weeks before the wedding ceremony of Prince Oliver. Nicholas, former Thor student and employee of the Zemirian Railroad Corporation, received a message from Valflame Palace. The palace, it turned out, wanted his help planning the wedding receptions buffet, as the prince was also a Thor's alumnus. In response, Nicholas decided to gather menu ideas from fellow alumni, younger students, and even students from the branch campus. One of those who answered the call was a young student from the branch campus who was far more passionate about cooking than most. I can only imagine what they served at that wedding. Ultimate Wilderness Cooking, a new reality show starring Bear Grylls, Gordon Ramsay, and Freddy from Thor's branch campus. I'll need a dish fit for a royal wedding that can also be served at a buffet. And only ones the judges approve of will get a chance, huh? I can't stop thinking about what Sandy and Tita said. Don't get me wrong. We're not saying your cooking style is bad or anything, but lots of different people will be in the attendance, so I think you should avoid anything that'll taste too bitter. And presentation is important. Most people aren't going to be too into eating bugs and lizards. Huh? Really? I need to aim for something that'll be a hit with the average person. I never realized my cooking was an acquired taste. When I look back, it is true a lot of people tried my dishes with nervous expressions. I just took it more as a nervous excitement. Could it be? Was I really mistaken this entire time? If I was, I'll need to go talk to everyone who's tried my food to get their honest opinions. Those eyes are ready to kill. Freddy Crazed Eyes himself. Ultimate Wilderness Cooking. Yeah, a lot of the girls are scared of bugs. I don't mind them personally, but even I would have to muster up the courage to put one in my mouth. Being afraid of bugs is definitely not just a girl thing. I would run around catching bugs when I was a child, but I never once thought to eat them. Just the thought of food wriggling around is enough for me to... Agreed. Not even once. I think I've said this a dozen times, but food shouldn't be bitter or smelly. I don't mind pungent foods. I actually like your cooking, Freddy. But I also see why most would avoid it. I'd rather have my food smell normal. So would I. But that's why I'd see trying pungent foods as a test of will. I never realized this is what you guys thought of my cooking. Looks like most people's taste buds aren't as cultivated as mine. I'll have to be more conscious of that going forward. If I want to please the masses, then I need to aim for flavors most everyone likes and not make it so pungent. I think something involving wild game would work, but I don't want something too common like deer or rabbit. That narrows it down to... Oh no. Why, Freddy! What a lovely surprise! How are you? Still drumming up ideas on what to present for the royal wedding? I sure am. That's actually why I called. I'd love to get your input on something. You think Freddy's father is actually Tarzan? He's gonna make Skunk Soofle, isn't he? Probably. Freddy asked Margarita if she had any thoughts on rare game that would also be palatable for the average person. She then enthusiastically suggested don't say abyss worms. Don't say abyss worms. So this is the West Languedoc Canyon's rock patio. If memory serves, Class 7 had to come out this way during one of their special ops. According to Margarita, that legendary game should be around here somewhere. But man, this place is something else. I bet there's all kinds of good stuff crawling inside every nook and cranny here. Enough standing around. Time to get hunting.
A great Ginu! Oh, those taste great. I saw some sweet and salty and grill them. Oh, I'm salivating just thinking about it.
He gives it that oomph with his spear or his trident. Listen to it. That was not what I was looking for, Freddy. Freddy found wild rocambole. Hey, rocambole. This stuff's wild grass similar to green onions. It could make for a condiment. Or at the very least, I could use it as rations. May as well grab some. Okay, listen to the oomph. He laughs. And then he growls. And groans. Merry Christmas, Jeff and friends. I lurk for spoilers. No worries. Merry Christmas to you and Daniel. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. What's up, Heart Trip? He laughs. He laughs, and then he groans. Freddy found rock tripe. Rock tripe, eh? It's a type of lichen that grows on rock walls like this. Doesn't have much flavor on its own, but it could still come in handy. I can probably use it to make a sauce to go along with the main dish. Why does it not surprise me his weapon of choice is a fork? It's a trident. It's a trident. CS2 doesn't seem to want to end, and I just want to play Reverie. CS2, when I played it, I called the game that never ends. We actually, if you're familiar with the song that never ends from Lamb Chops, that's exactly that, but in game format. It is the game. It goes on and on, my friends. One day you started playing it, not expecting what it was. Yeah, even the side quests have side quests. I wasn't expecting to lose to the nap today. I didn't lose to the nap. Surprisingly. Freddy found beehive. Well, I'll be. A beehive is practically a perfect find. Every part of it can be used for something. The recipe won't call for any bees or larvae this time, but honey is always useful. Yeah, within the side quests. Huh? It's a panda. I knew I sensed something. Only caught a glimpse of it, but it definitely gave off a different vibe than the other monsters roaming around. That must be the legendary wild game. Ha ha ha! I guess the hunt is on!
Show yourself, Parsnip Panda. I'll stop at nothing to make a fine cuisine out of you.
I thought he said parsnip panda. Freddy, the most underrated NPC in the Cold Steel arc. Now Navasa, I don't know about that. There's some kind of black mass on the ground. I thought I was catching a faint whiff of one. It's a black truffle. Huh. My senses are on another level today. You can't beat the aroma truffles give you. I can't wait to see how this dish turns out. Can't escape his eyes. He has some freaky eyes. His presence though, yeah, Dragon, his presence is it leaves a lasting impression when you go through the games. Maybe because of the unique food. I could have sworn that monster I saw earlier ran in this direction. Guess I can scatter some bait to lure it out. Cannot remember almost any of the CS1 and CS2 NPCs. I got mixed up in some of the names, yeah. Thought I ought to do more. Come out wherever you are. The monster could resist an apple filled with honey. It's positively delicious. Or come take a bite out of me if you want. Only those that showed it back in CS3 and 4. Would you look at that pointed nose? Looks like a green raccoon. Margarita was right on the mirror. Itching for a fight, are ya? Fine with me. May the best man win. And to the victor goes the meat. He looks like he has one of those white carrots. It's wielding a parsnip. True. Yes, parsnip. It's a parsnip. It's a parsnip panda. So of course it would wield a parsnip. I should have expected a rare monster to be this fast. I need to finish this quickly. Time for a decisive blow. Any longer and the fatigue is going to affect the meat's quality. Next time it goes for a big attack, that will be my chance to finish it.
Oh, nice try, but too slow. The next flurry's gonna bleed you dry. Beast bloodletting strike!
Those eyes!
Rest in peace, little guy. You fought admirably. I give my word that not a single part of you will go to waste.
Okay, those eyes. He won it as best NPC.
I've just about had enough of you.
Best NPC S-Craft right there. And so Freddy obtained the Parsnai panda's meat. Okay, I was wrong, Dragon. I was wrong. I admit when I'm wrong. Okay? I was wrong that time. Soon the day arrived for him to present his dish to the review panel. That S-Craft could take down McBurn. McBurn seeing those eyes be like, yeah, I want no part of that. No part of that. Oh great, it's Monk. It's time to turn things over to our review panel. I, proud Thor's graduate Monk, will be your MC today. Unfortunately, the man behind this whole event, Nicholas, is in a meeting at Valflame Palace about the multi-course menu and can't be here today. Just to remind you all, only dishes that pass our review panel will be served at the Prince's wedding reception banquet. Now, let me introduce you to our esteemed panelists. This ought to be a good time. Let us hope that you satisfy my refined palate. This is my first time inspecting or judging food, but I'll give it my best. Why must I debase myself by dining upon this amateurist attempt at gastronomy? Roselia, Machias' co-worker, Inspector Reiner, and Marquis Ballad, huh? Nicholas really got around, I see. And while I have no idea how she made it happen, I'm guessing Muse is responsible for the Marquis's presence today. Who could say? Either way, we should get a wide variety of opinions with these three serving as judges. If I recall correctly, Roselia hates vegetables but loves junk food, right? If that's the case, it's pretty easy to imagine what she'll say. Not to be rude, but I expect the inspector's impressions to be the most standard. My granduncle is quite the Epicurean, so he knows a lot about delicacies. So basically, they've got to please a little kid, some normie, and a rich bastard. Wording notwithstanding. Yeah. We should get a good balance of opinions like this. I hope everyone participating does their best. With Yuna representing Class 7, we have to cheer her on. Alright everyone, let's put everything we've got into this. It's not like we're actually facing each other, but I'm still excited. Right? Let's do our best. Okay, Annabelle, are you ready? Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing what you whip up, Freddy. Likewise. And so each participant began cooking in earnest, with those who finished bringing their dishes before the judging panel. Let the review process begin. Our first dish is courtesy of current student Sandy. Today I'm serving you Lenheim risotto. This is neither an original dish nor a new one, but it is a dish that I know Prince Oliver loved when he was a child. It's very special to him. Please give it a try. This truly warms the heart. Its full-bodied flavor is elegant in its own way, and yet somehow it also feels like the sort of rustic home cooking one's mother might make. The secret behind this complex flavor is the luxurious moon truffle, is it not? And yet it is not even the main star of this dish. It simply serves as an accent to the rest of the ingredients. Exactly. I knew you would notice, Marquis Ballad. Of course I would. What do you take me for? Some meat and potatoes backwater bumpkin? That said, I never dreamed a student could prepare something of this quality. It seems I'm in for a fine feast today indeed. All of which to say, this is a quality dish. No complaints from me. It hits the palate so gently that I suspect I'll crave this the next time I have a hangover. Wow, that's big praise, sir. Thank you. I'm quite fond of the rice porridge, no? What did you call it? Risotto? If I were to nitpick, I would say that it's only lightly flavored. Who let this child in here? The degree to which you are incorrect is infuriating. If you can't understand the complexities of this dish, then you have no right to be sitting here. It's not too late for us to call in a new judge. Excuse me. You have a lot of nerve talking about complexities when you look like you'd suck wine out of a crumpled up napkin. How dare you? You realize who you're talking to? You think you're so great? Please. I'm the elder of the Hexen clan. Can the two of you please resolve your differences peacefully? What's this? The judges are going for the jugular with each other? Their antics aside, Sandy's dish has received a high score. Bravo! Now let's get the things back on track, shall we? Granduncle can be a handful sometimes. I'm worried about things going forward. It's, quite the spectacle. Monk's really handling his job as the MC like a pro. I'm a disappointment. Nobody shouted a la cuisine. Next is my dish. One bite pasta. I recommend wrapping a single mouthful worth of pasta around your fork and eating it in one go. It's fun and filling. I see. Points for straightforwardness. It's perfect for a buffet style affair. Just looking at it takes me to carb heaven. Tastes just as good as I'd hoped too. Let me see. Bolognese, basil, carbonara, and pepperoncium. The idea of a single bite being filled with so many different flavors isn't bad at all. Yay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Isn't bad, he says. I think the girls earned a bit more praise than that. Dig deep and find some humanity, will you? What is your issue, child? Why must you constantly talk me down? I understand that you're a commoner brat, but surely whatever mongrels raised you drilled some manners into you. Just to be clear, you geriatric goat, I'm over 800 years old. If we're going to talk manners, it is you who ought to find a little humility. I've been talking nothing but nonsense this entire time. Is anything going to get scored properly at this rate? I mean, I'm having fun. Same. Either way, it looks like Tita's dish got high marks. She'll surely be able to grasp you-know-who's heart at this rate. Enough, Muse. Don't start any more trouble. Roselia and Ballad together was something I never know I needed. Yeah, they're just really good friends. They're really good friends. Now then, we're up next. Cooked gold salmon. Huh. The name really does say it all. It looks succulent, to be sure, but what makes it so special? This is why you're all a bunch of amateurs. This is a rare juvenile gold salmon, is it not? They're said to be fattier and more delicious than most after coming and going on a unique excursion of sorts. Yes, we knew you'd recognize it, my lord. You truly do know your stuff. I had no idea it was such a rare fish. Rest assured, we put the utmost care into its preparation, sprinkling just a hint of salt just before putting it over a carefully controlled flame. I see. With such a special ingredient, you'd be remiss to overcook it. Well, I, for one, am ready to taste it. This is tremendously delicious. You truly are well versed in the culinary arts. I misread you. And yet you're still talking down to me? I could give two tugs of a creepy sheep's tail about being recognized by you, of all people. They're hot and they're cold. Their yes and their no. It's quite illogical behavior. Oh, don't you worry about those two. Against all odds, I think they'll get along just fine. Given how rare your ingredient is, do you think you'll be able to prepare this a second time for the banquet? Fear not. The Imperial Fishing Club also has a full cooperation of Liberal's Fishermen's Guild. There's no fish we can't catch. Those are my fishing buddies for you. A juvenile gold salmon, huh? If they win, I'd love to give that a try at the banquet. I'm up next. I present to you the taste of Zemuria Trifecta. Pretzels apparently originated in the Empire, but now they're enjoyed all across the continent, and each place has their own special take on them. So this time, I've made an Imperial-style pretzel, a Crossbell-style pretzel, and a little Burl-style pretzel. The latter is for the bride-to-be, of course. Ah, well conceived, Yuna. I helped her make pretzels not too long ago. I wonder how the liberal variety tastes like. They smell good, like damn good. I'm starving now. We absolutely must have her make some for us later. Very much agreed. I'm all too familiar with the Imperial style. They're somewhat firm. Crossbell pretzels utilize honey and have a unique salty sweet flavor to them. Meanwhile, the Burl pretzels are soft and doughy. They're great fresh out of the oven. It would appear as though you've used different types of wheat flour for each pretzel. You can tell? Well, in order to replicate the unique flavors of every pretzel variety, I thought it'd be best if I used ingredients from where each one originates. I even use different water. Oh ho! Excellent attention to detail. Pretzels pair deliciously with other kinds of food as well. This is the perfect dish to serve at a buffet. Score! Thank you so much. Who would have thought she'd use different wheat and water for each pretzel? I can't imagine her getting anything less than top marks. My turn then. My dish is stamina gelato. Red pit viper, soft-shelled turtle extract, garlic and pepper. I took stamina-enhancing ingredients of all types and fixed them into a dessert with Amorica's high-quality sweet honey. That's definitely the kind of thing I'd expect from margarita, that's for sure. What does it taste like? I imagine it's the kind of thing you can easily overdose on. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to give it a try. Just imagine what you'd be able to do after a heaping helping of that, Instructor Reen. Wow. It's certainly unique. It's not bad. The spicy flavor of the peppers works surprisingly well here. I like it. I can feel myself brimming with energy. After this, I must head to Raquel immediately. Oh ho ho, just the reaction I expected. If only Milliam could have participated as well. But I'll leave that to Eustace and Reen. I have to make plenty for Lord Vincent as well. Wow, even Margarita's desserts are powerful. I bet if you had some, Tita, you'd be a bit more aggressive. It's a Sandy. Thirst level is unchanged, I see. It's true. And so it was time for the final participant to step forward. This looks to be wild game of some kind. Is this raw meat? What kind of farce is this? Are you trying to feed us roadkill from who knows where? And raw at that? I've heard some things can be eaten raw, but this doesn't appear to be fresh. This meat, it's enveloped in faint spiritual pressure. Oh, what is Freddy thinking? I want to believe there's more than meets the eye to this. Yeah, this is Freddy we're talking about. He has to have a plan. My apologies. This is the meat of the fabled Parsney Panda. And this dish is only complete with the addition of soup stock. Combined, they are known in the East as shabu shabu. So that's your plan. Oh, not bad, Freddy. Parsnip panda, eh? I've only ever had it once, but I recall it being delicious. I've heard of Sabu Sabu before. Naming conventions aside, you basically just put the meat in the pot, right? Correct, but not all at once. You only put in how much you're going to eat in the moment. Using the chopsticks, you take a piece of meat and dip it in the boiling water. And once the meat is cooked, you take it out and put this special sauce on it. I see. Seems like fun.
So go on, give it a try.
And so the review panel followed Freddy's instructions and partook in the Sabu Sabu. But this is absurdly delicious. I'm overflowing with power. If I keep eating, I might go back to my original form. You'll do what now? That aside, this is certainly piquant.
Unacceptable!
Apparently it's unacceptable too. The meat is thinly sliced but wonderfully firm, and it's just fatty enough. The savory flavors of the broth and sauce help to refine the meat into something else entirely. This is truly magnificent. My gosh, I never thought I'd hear Marquis Ballad say something like that. Sabu Sabu, eh? I've had it once with Master. No fair. I want to try. How long are we gonna have to stand here and watch these jerks pig out? I'm at my limit. Yeah, my stomach's been growling for ages now. Okay, judges. I think you've had enough. Now it's our turn. Hey, you can't just... Come on down! Even accounting for the banquet, I have more than enough meat to go around. And I, for one, would love to try the other dishes as well. I say we open the taste testing to everyone. Agreed. We all deserve to have some fun. I like that idea. Alright, then we better roll up our sleeves and get some more food cooking. But, my privilege! I need to get more of this meat before it's all... Not so fast, Granduncle. I'll be taking that. Thanks. And so the review panel came to an end without incident, and all dishes presented passed through the process. In lieu of the panel wrapping up, the gang held a taste testing event for everyone to enjoy. Looks like nobody's noticed that I mixed powdered caterpillar fungus into the Sabu Sabu sauce. I kind of expected you'd done something like that. Looks like folks can handle that kind of flavor with no problem. That means I can use this dish as a foothold to keep secretly introducing more specialty ingredients into their lives. And then everyone will deepen their understanding of the gourmet world I live in. Bahaha! The future looks bright indeed. Just, take it easy, okay? Okay, that was a good one. Best part of that daydream was the Freddy S-Craft in the eyes.
Only Adios knows how this will go. It's normal, boring, but normal.
It is normal.
I'll show you what I can do. Delicious and nutritious.
I didn't expect Tio to know how to do that one.
Then allow me to cook something up. I'll let you have the first bite.
Completely filled the recipe section of the notebook. Excludes Coda content. So there's 3 there that are Coda content. Okay. That I can get behind. Got a trophy behind that. Excellent. Excellent. I'm getting there. Figure that out after.
Rendering browsing interface.
One lucky stone, one unlucky ship. Phew, finally. Took a while to pin down the address. Oh, look, it's everybody's favorite useless character in Sky Third.
Welcome. Can't say I got my merch lined up yet, but feel free to poke around.
Special delivery! Long time no see, Jingo.
Oh, Capua delivery service. Nice, you managed to find the place. I take it you got the goods?
True to our slogan, you can always count on Capua. So yeah, I got your goods right here.
Capua? Okay.
Gotta say, I'm impressed you opened a new branch smack dab in the middle of Heimdall, especially at your age.
It's no big deal, really. I made some good connections during the war. All I did was put them to use.
You chose a damn good spot to set up shop, too. It's perfect for 9 Volley. Doesn't stand out too much, but still easy enough to find walking around. A perfect balance, I would reckon.
Well, the shop that was here moved closer to the heart of the city. I figured I'd better snatch this prime real estate while I can. As I'm sure you guys know, a successful enterprise has a lot of moving parts, and good luck's one of them.
Oh yeah, don't we know it?
Anyway, here's to a good partnership between Capua and Nine Valley's brand new Heimdall branch.
Sure thing. We've always got your back. Logistically speaking, of course.
Although, I've got to admit... What? As nice as it is you have made here good here, it's still not quite enough to get where I want to take this business in the long term. Sounds like someone's not planning to settle down anytime soon then. Well, whatever direction you choose to take it, we'll deliver junk to make it happen. Honestly, I'm more looking for less on-demand delivery from you and more me on demand. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. Speed is king in this day and age. You gotta keep up with society's shifting demands or you'll be left eating dust. Don't you think? I mean, sure, I guess. You gotta figure out what your customers want before they know what they want. Stock up fast and then dispatch it to them. Whether we're smuggling or selling stuff on the front lines, you need means to scoot wherever, whenever you need it. Okay, I think I know what you're getting at now. I know this will sound rich coming from me, but I wouldn't try getting into anything too dangerous if I were you, Jingo. Well, that's where you guys come in. What can I do to get you to give me the Bobcat 2? What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't you think you're getting a little ahead of yourself here? I figured you wanted an airship, yeah, but why has it got to be the Bobcat 2? Well, if you want to lug around heavy weaponry, I need something big. It would be swell if I could get one as big as the Courageous 2, but an airship that huge needs a crew to run it, and that's a little out of my zone right now. Or not zone, but I got too much Mira sunk into the shop now to buy big. You get the idea? I don't think money alone's gonna get you the Courageous. Anyway, that's why I want your bucket of bolts, respectively speaking, of course. It's perfect for an operation my size, and I like how easily it moves and how easy you can soup it up. And she's already proven herself out in the field, so I know she can handle herself in a scrap. From what I hear, you guys are looking to switch to a new ship as you expand your own business, right? Well, how about selling it off to me on the cheap? Who knows? Might always help me think of you when I need a delivery. So that's your angle. Well, sorry, but we're not upgrading to a bigger ship. We're gonna go for a bunch of smaller ones instead. We realized that would be better suit our business structure for the time being. What? You're kidding me. Nope. I don't know what else to say other than sorry, I guess. You gotta reconsider. If you act now, I'll throw in dispatching with Cerberus here free of charge. You sure do drive a hard bargain. But there's no changing our minds. It's got sentimental value, you know. Tell me more about your dispatching Cerberus thing, though. I'm into it. Damn. So much for my genius scheme. Too bad this wasn't day 25, right? What's up, Zach? Merry Christmas. Oh, don't let it get you down. I'm sure something good'll come along soon. Like you said, luck's a part of business. Crap, look at the time. I better get on with my next delivery. See you around, and don't be a stranger. You know, we love working with you. Guess that's a wash. Ugh. What's gotten into you, boy? What? You trying to give me this to cheer me up or something? What a weird stone. Where'd you pick this thing up anyway? So you grabbed it because it smelled nice. I mean, I don't smell anything, but I don't have a dog nose either. Oh, alright. I'll quit moping. Can't throw myself a pity party forever. We got more important stuff to do. Thanks, partner. You're already turning into a fine hound if this is how you look out for your master. If only it were so easy getting my mitts on a big proper ship. One lucky stone and one unlucky ship. Greetings, my beloved granduncle. I trust you are doing well. Would that I could be there in person for this. First, allow me to offer my congratulations for becoming the acting ruler of the Lemaire province. With His Excellency having returned to the imperial capital, normally it would fall to me as the next Duchess to take the position. However, since I am still but a student, I feel that the responsibility is too heavy for me to bear. But I'm relieved that you have taken up the position, granduncle. I know now that Lemaire province is in good hands. Therefore, I have several ideas pertaining to Lemaire's governance that I'd like to share with you, so I've included materials. And so I believe that would be the best approach moving forward. I pray for your continued success and health. Your beloved grandniece, Mildine. Ugh. Beloved granduncle, my foot. Of course I'm not doing well. My lord, please calm to yourself. How can I be calm when that little brat is... You speak of Lady Mildine? Whatever might be the matter with her? She ran off with the title of next Duchess, but still she pushes all the work on me. The responsibility is too heavy. Lies. She wrote down all the policies she expects me to enact in excruciating detail. Yet she makes me do all the heavy lifting while she lives her carefree student life. What an annoyance this is. If I may ask, my lord, precisely why did you accept the position as acting ruler? It was requested of me from the government. If I turned it down, my position would only worsen. Why, I had no idea. Of course, there's a very real possibility that the girl might mess things up. So it's my job, as her nobleman granduncle, to show her how it's done. My word. Such familial bonds. Your kindness truly knows no bounds, my lord. Nonsense. I'd simply rather our family name not be dragged through the mud. Duly noted, my lord. That said, I wasn't expecting they'd dump the responsibility of looking after the unmanned naval fortress on me as well. If memory serves, during the restructuring of the Imperial military, the divisions here was moved elsewhere. There's no entertainment to be had here, and it takes far too long to get to Ordis. Who do they think I am? If this is an official request, you mustn't leave the fortress unmanned for an extended period. You'll have to attend to public business here. With that I had an airship, travel wouldn't be an issue. My ships were seized when I was hit with inappropriation of public funds. These dark days will soon be behind me. I plan to buy my own personal ship soon, after all. Speaking of which, how goes developments on that end? You've explored options, yes? Ah, that business, My lord, it pains me to say this, but I implore you to be more careful. How so? Recall, if you will, the traveling fortune teller you recently invited to the fortress. Of course. That young woman clad in black, yes? I called her here to kill some time. According to her reading, you should avoid frivolous spending for the time being. Otherwise, misfortune shall befall you. Well, about that. You'd have to be mad to believe the words of such a suspicious woman. I am the great nobleman Ballad. I would never fear such nonsense. Plan remains unchanged, and soon I'll fly wherever my whims take me. Predictions, did Burl drop on this board with Sada this time? I wonder. We got a customer. Well, it's your lucky day. As it so happens, we're having a fire sale. Boom! on grenades. Fancy a case or three? I can pack them right up. Oh, I don't need anything so crude. We are all bound in the tangled web of fate, and the threads that pull me hither and hence decreed I must visit your curious store. You sure like to talk funny, miss. Well, whatever. Looking's free. You're welcome to check out the merch. Oh. Is this stone what I think it is? Some kind of rockophile? If I'm not mistaken, this thing appeared in Liberal. Wait, you know about it? I sense mysterious waves emanating from this stone. In fact, it may be something of a sacred object that brings good fortune. You think so? I don't have a damn clue about it. This looks like a million other rocks I've seen. I've gotta ask, who are you anyway? I am but a traveling fortune teller. I travel upon the whims of a higher power in search of the mysterious. Tell me, would you be willing to part with that stone? I'd like ever so much to have it. I mean, sure, I'm willing to sell it, but I don't know what sort of price you're supposed to put on a plain old rock. In that case, I propose a trade. What say you give me the stone in exchange for this work of art? I spent nights toiling on it. Be real with me here. This thing got a hex on it or something? Oh no, not at all. It's simply an ordinary doll. I've placed no curses on it whatsoever. Or would you prefer if it had some? Nah, I'm good, thanks. I can't come up with a legit reason to hang on to the rock, to be honest. So yeah, sure, you got yourself a deal. Wonderful. Having owned this stone, fortune is sure to visit you ere long. And with that, I'll take my leave. May we meet again when our fates cross paths once more. So long. Well, she was an oddball. That could have gone worse. Maybe I need to think about stocking up on fortune-telling stuff too. My lord, I have something to report. Oh, what is it? All this paperwork has put me in a foul mood. Surely this can wait till later. Are you certain, my lord? The airship you purchased has arrived. But if you're feeling unwell, by all means, please rest. Wait! My ship is here? Indeed. The dealer has delivered it to the rooftop. At long last, a sweet treat to offset all this bitterness. Bring me to the ship at once. But my lord, were you not feeling... Oh, forget that. I'm perfectly fine. I simply must see my ship. If you'll just follow me then. Ho ho ho. I'm practically frothing at the mouth at this ship's prospects. I've not had the pleasure of beholding it personally yet, as I left all the details to the dealer. But surely an airship like the Pantagruel would be well suited for a great nobleman such as myself. Even if I may not be grand in scale, provided it's dignified and majestic, it should serve my lofty needs. My aesthetic tastes have been finely honed over the years. I'll not easily accept any less than the finest. And now the moment of truth. Where is my ship? Right before you, my lord. Again, I ask, where is my ship? Yes, my lord. Here it is, before you. But this is little more than a dinghy. This is your recent purchased private airship, my lord. Absurdly. You can't possibly be suggesting that I ride this flying piece of detritus. According to the broker, this ship is one of RF's most evergreen products. It's received numerous modifications, and its engine has been replaced with that of a new model. It is, in fact, a tremendously high-speed airship. Damn the speed, it's an eyesore, I say. A cankerous pustule of a ship. Nothing about its build quality befits a man of my caliber. What of the ship I was so fond of when I was considering my options? Of which ship do you speak, my lord? You know the one, the stunning ship designed after Valflame Palace. It lacked potential buyers and was thus discontinued for being unprofitable. I beg your pardon? Then what of the other ship? The one that resembled a fancy hotel, complete with an indoor pool. Quality control concerns inflated its price far beyond your budget, my lord. I had no choice but to turn down the offer. You what? I suppose many of my belongings have been repossessed. This is true. Well, what of the cutting-edge high-speed passenger ship developed by that factory in Liberl? Sure, it's a commercial vehicle that lacks the noble personality I desire, but it was quite the comfortable ride, I'll admit. Surely our budget could have covered that. That particular model is incredibly popular. It has been sold out for some time. Pre-orders are booked all the way through next year, as a matter of fact. Blast it! Factories in small countries are worse than worthless. They could learn a thing or 1,000 from our production model. Regardless, I am far from satisfied. What possessed you to buy a ship anathema to my fine tastes? My lord, I believe you strictly demanded that the broker purchase a ship no matter what. That does ring a bell, true. Do cheer up, my lord. Appearances aside, surely it will prove most useful during travel. I was so hopeful. My very own majestic, magnificent ship. The envy of all. I guess he wasn't too happy. I guess we know how she gets her ship. Damn, you really got the hook up here. I had no idea there was anywhere in Heimdall that sold this kind of merch. Somebody sure knows her stuff. Welcome to Nine Valley, Heimdall branch. As it happens, we only set up shop recently. Nine Valley. Nine Valley. Nine Valley. Huh. What's up? Oh! You're that little squirt from Crossbell. And you're with the Red Constellation. What's it been? Like 2 years? Damn. Of all the places to find you, you and your shop have definitely taken good care of us. Can't believe you're doing business in the freaking capital these days. Not bad, Pipsqueak. Not bad at all. Thanks. Sounds like the society's keeping you plenty busy yourself these days. Well, what can I say? A lot can happen in 2 years. I hear that. Whoa, get a load of that. I love it already. You mean that doll? Just to be clear, it's not cursed or anything, in case you were wondering. Who would ever want to curse such a cute doll? Wait, cute? Seriously? Yeah, it's hella cute. I've always loved dolls like this, but this one's really my jam. Hey, as long as you like it, there's no skin off my back. You gonna buy it or what? I'd love to, but unfortunately, I'm traveling kind of light on Mira at the moment. Wait, I know. How about you trade me this for it? What is this? A bomb? Can't say I've ever seen one like it. No surprise there. It's an orbital mine, just developed. Basically, it blows up when it detects orbital energy. You don't say. Wonders never cease. Yep, Lady Belle decided to throw it together for shits and giggles. I took one for myself because I figured it'd be fun to have, but it's just kind of burning a hole in my pocket, so I figured maybe I'd pass it on. What do you say? That good enough for you? Sure, you got yourself a deal. Rad. Thanks, little one. No, thank you. Not for every day I score something like this. Not to change the subject, but what's that luggage you're hauling around there? Looks like it weighs about a good amount. You got a fight on your plate somewhere after this? Might be a good idea to add a launcher to your arsenal. I'll sell it to you on the cheap. Sorry to disappoint, but all I've gotten there are my clothes and stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. Actually, I went to Thor's with old Princey boy Cedric himself for a while. Before I left, I forgot to ever pack my shit up. Fast forward to yesterday, when I finally remembered. Figured I'd try my luck and see if it was still lying around. Get this. It was all sitting in a corner of Dolphy's room, nice and tidy, just waiting for me to pick it up. I couldn't believe my damn eyes. Dolphy? As in, the class at 8 instructor? Never would have pegged him to be so soft for the likes of you. I know, right? But crazier things have happened. Anyway, my time on campus was pretty lame. Never wound up bumping into anyone fun. Like, I would have even settled for falling in with some run-of-the-mill burnouts and ditching class on the regular. But no, that place is duller than my chainsaw after a good messy workout. Oh yeah, I'm with you 100%. Thor's ain't without its share of capable students, but they're all too straight-laced for their own good. They'd be more fun if they dropped the prim and proper act and gave in to their inner desires, if you ask me. At least once in the blue moon. Seriously, finally someone who gets me. I don't like dealing with total stiffs any more than you do. I hear you loud and clear. Trust me. We are vibing so hard right now. Team Ginger, rise up. I think you and I are going to be real good pals. Same. Hope I see you more often from now on. You'll always be welcome here in 9 Volley. My lord. What is it now, and why are you in such a panic? You have a guest. So turn them away. I don't remember making any appointments. This guest is from the Inspectorate. What? Oh, hi, Machias. Pardon me. I'm Inspector Machias Regnance from the Government Accountability Inspectorate. Marquis Ballard, I'm here to investigate you under suspicion of appropriating public funds. What? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. I've done nothing wrong. I'm just doing my job, sir. You really think such a heavy-handed investigation is necessary? Marquis, if I may. When you were Lemaire Province's provisionary leader, you misused your authority multiple times, did you not? Well, you see, at the time I had assumed House Cayenne would be mine. Motives aside, your previous offensives stand. As such, you've been added to a list of high-profile individuals. He's doing his job, so he's making him coffee. Apparently. We'll see if he makes coffee, though. And subsequently, when something suspicious occurs, the rules require that it must be investigated post-haste. Needless to say, the Inspectorate has released an official warrant, so please don't make this any more difficult than it has to be. Oh, and I'll be proceeding with the investigation on my own, so feel free to return to your work. How could I possibly focus on work? Well, that's interesting. So regarding your most recent use of funds, pancakes, cream puffs, eclairs, tarts, pudding, macarons, tiramisu, waffles, bundt cake. Are you running a bakery? Ahem. A fine post-meal dessert is an unshakable nobility tradition. Well, nobility or otherwise. I'm pretty sure that many treats in such a short span goes well beyond a post-meal dessert. Not to be rude, but might I suggest showing a bit more self-restraint? You really must watch your blood sugars at your age. Impudence. With this kind of stress I deal with on a day-to-day basis, I need sweets to keep my head on straight. I didn't realize you were so stressed. According to your purchase records, we have bonding with your niece in 8 easy steps. The Doofus Guide to being adored by a younger relative. Huh. Are these related to Muse? I mean, Lady Mildine? Absolutely not. I'd sooner chew on quartz than bond with the likes of her. These books are simply to, prepare myself in the unlikely event of a worthy niece. Noted. I'm sure things are rough, so best of luck with all that. Moving right along. Hair tonics, hair recuperation supplements, scalp massage appointments. I suppose you worry about this sort of thing? Must you offer your editorializing? My apologies. And for the record, hard workers like yourselves are among the types who lose their hair. You're a young one, but let your guard down and you'll be bald as an egg before you realize it. Yeah, I'll be careful. After careful investigation, I've concluded that there's no evidence of appropriation of public funds by Marquis Ballard. I apologize for taking up your time, and I thank you for your cooperation. See? What did I tell you? My word. I've never been so embarrassed. I'll be sure to report my findings directly to the Inspectorate. This will surely help mend some of the lost trust. Well, so long as you spread word of my greatness, I can consider it water under the bridge. He passed, but there was no talks of his airship. What, if I may ask, cast suspicion on me this time? Well, if I'm not mistaken, you recently purchased an airship, correct? Well, airships don't exactly come cheap. And the timing overlapped with you starting your new position, which raised a pretty big red flag. And you meaning to tell me it was all due to the ship? To be frank, yes. Stupid ship. You guys customers, if you need something, ask Cerberus there. He'll get you boys taken care of. Looks like your little helper's turning into a fine dog. Hell, forget the rest of your merch. I want to buy this fine for a ball. Oh, it's you two from Zephyr. Been a while. Sorry, but I don't run a pet shop here. Cerberus ain't for sale. I'm only pulling your leg. We're here to restock on some ammunition. And to see how your little shop's shaping up. Your mom's been wondering about you. Well, I'm doing just peachy over here. Next time you see Mama, you can tell her she's got nothing to worry about. I can see that. Must be happy business is booming for you. I get my fair share of weirdos here. But if nothing else, there's never a dull moment. How about you boys? You holding up okay? Indeed. We're traveling around the continent to rebuild the organization right now, as a matter of fact. It's a lot of work. I'll tell you what. But the boss man entrusted us with Zephyr's future, so we can't let him down. Times like this, it's hard not to wish our little chick hadn't changed course and put her skills to use elsewhere. We could sure use them now. What's done is done. All we can do is figure things out one step at a time ourselves. Agreed. Can't say I really get what you two are going on about, but it sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. But you don't look beat up about it. So I guess it's going well enough. Anyway, I've really worked to bolster my lineup, so if you two need anything, ask away. I've got the goods. In that case, let's start off with the usual. We also need these two topped up. And then from there, that should be just about everything. Cool. Anything else I can do for you boys? Nope, I think we're set. Unless you got anything fun in recently you suspect might interest us, that is. You know, a customer did recently trade something in I bet you two might like. That has Xeno written all over it. Whoa, what the hell is that bad boy? It looks like some type of reactive bomb. But if you don't recognize it, Xeno, then I have no hope of knowing what it is either. Actually, you're right on track there. But unlike the bombs you're thinking of, it doesn't explode on impact. Instead, it blows up when it detects orbital energy. It's called an orbital mine. You don't say. Shit, this is news to me. I've never heard of anything like that. Figured you hadn't. What you see is the only one of its kind right here. Damn, I better take this baby home and disassemble it to see how it works. Or else my name isn't the Trap Master. So you're buying. Great. I'll hook you up with a discount. That's kind of you to offer, but for something that rare, I'd feel bad buying it for less than it's really worth. I know. How about I trade you this for it? I was planning on selling it somewhere down the line anyway, so might as well. Whoa, a Mishi statue, and a golden one too. That's not all that's great about him. See his face? Those eyebrows. It's retro Mishi. I don't see it. Does he really look that different? Tisk tisk. You need to study your Mishi history, my friend. Retro Mishi's absolutely different. This guy was around back when Mishalem first opened up. The furrowed eyebrows make him look way sassier. In fact, some fans absolutely prefer this one over the bumbling oaf most people now associate with the Mishi brand. I see. You are alarmingly knowledgeable about your imaginary cat, Xeno. That's because at one point I was thinking of putting together a small autonomous bomb in his likeness and needed to do some research. Oh, come on. Say something, will you? Your silence is killing me. In any case, I'm impressed you managed to get your hands on this thing. And I've been around the block long enough to know pure gold when I see it, right? Yep, you've got a keen eye there. You remember Speaker Hartman? I think so. He was that big shot in the crossbow diet, yeah? He was pro-Arabonia, but got himself arrested 2 years back after he got in too deep, if I recall. Bingo. After he fell from power and tried to run, he came to us for protection for a time. His arrest took place after our contract with him expired, but not before we received a Mishi as our payment. From what I understand, he used the power of his office to get it made for him when the park was still under construction. Damn, that's one hell of a backstory. That park shows a lot of dark secrets. I hear some stuff went down there during the whole Azure Tree incident too. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked here. So my Mishi statue for your orbital mine. That sound like a fair trade to you? You bet. It's a deal, my friend. Oh yeah, before you go, I guess the guild branch in Heimdall's back up and running. Might find old Sylphid there with any luck. Oh? So you're saying Fee may be in town? Maybe we ought to sneak into the building and take a look for ourselves. You do know that if you two get caught, they're not gonna let you off easy, right? Not to worry. If that happens, we'll just show them a good time. Physically. It'll be a good chance to gauge everyone's strength. Yeah, what he said. No big deal. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Just don't go wrecking havoc. Too much havoc if you can help it. A Mishi bomb would absolutely kill Tio. I don't think she'd regret it. Probably not. Let's go to bed so that I can function at work tomorrow morning. Have a good night all. Sealan, thank you for hanging out. Very much appreciate it. Get some rest. Absurdity. I can't believe that young lady is making me attend the Imperial Provincial Council. As a matter of fact, she will be meeting with you at the venue and attending the council as well. Ah, is that so? Fair enough. But no, it is most certainly not fair. Why involve me at all? Per Lady Mildean's words, I believe having Granduncle present will make this a more worthwhile council, especially as he tends to government affairs. I suppose she does have a point. Fine. The great nobleman Ballad shall forge the way forward for these young lords. And so, I end up riding this accursed thing after all. This is indeed the best means of travel, as our destination is another province. If I'm not mistaken, it will be your first time boarding it since your purchase? I loathe this ship, but I'd be a fool not to take advantage of something I spent a significant sum of Mira on. My lord, the ship has yet to undergo a pre-launch inspection. Do please wait here. I believe the servants who are to act as crew shall be arriving momentarily. I'm in no rush. I simply wanted to be the first to board the ship. My ship. What? What is going on? Lord Marquis? Burbs. That's what's going on. Burbs. Cursed birds. I know it hasn't been used for a time, but never would I have imagined birds would make a nest in it. Even wildlife is against me now, and it's all because of this damned airship. Still, it's in overall great shape. Just needed a little maintenance. We'll be able to reach the conference in short order. Much as I loathe this accursed contraption, it is quite comfortable to ride. We are currently passing over Languedoc Canyon. What speed the ship has, we'll be out of Le Maire airspace in no time at all. Excellent. Well, I'm exhausted, so do wake me when we arrive. As you wish, my lord. What is happening? I apologize, but the ship isn't responding. What? The engine has stopped, and the controls are non-functional. If we don't fix it, we're going to crash. How could this be? Did the pre-flight inspection find nothing? No! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die! Can anyone hear me there? Who are you? There's no time to explain. Just please hold on tight to something. I'll do what I can. Something is gently lowering us to the ground. We've landed safely. We made it. So it seems. I genuinely thought that was the end for me. I love nothing more than to sincerely thank whoever came to our rescue. But first... You useless lump of metal! Your lordship, what are you doing? Can't believe that fortune teller was right all along. Why did I put all my money on this ship? It's brought me nothing but misfortune. I've had enough of this miserable life. I'm going I'm not going back to Juneau. And as for this abominable ship, dispose of it. I never wish to see it again. So that's how you got your mitts on this bad boy, huh? It's a pretty crazy turn of events. You're telling me. There wasn't a dull moment over at the other branch, I swear. I bet there wasn't. Still, why are you leaving this thing with me? I thought you were crazy for that cat, just like every kid your age. That weird-faced retro Mishy's got just ain't doing it for me. I don't think he'd bring much to my collection, you know? Anyway, the way I figure, we've got the best shot of selling that thing here on his home turf in Crossbell. So what do you say, Mama? Think you could find him a good home? Oh yeah, no problem. I laid some bait out yesterday, you might say, so I'm pretty sure someone's gonna bite sooner or... I want him. You have to let me have him. Told you, didn't I? Alright, Jingo. You know what to do. Go close that deal. Hey, you're that tiny little squirt who's with the SSS, ain't you? Talk about the pot calling the tea kettle black, but never mind that. When I heard you had a super rare Mishy statue in stock, I came running as fast as I could. Are the rumors true? Oh, they're true, all right. But it's in the middle of the day. Ain't you supposed to be at work or something? Are you serious? Mishy is my top priority in life. I'd drop anything to get him. That was a joke, by the way. I'm not that hardcore. I was just too excited to focus on my work, so the others told me to come and check it out. Sure sounds to me like Mishy's your top priority. But what do I do but what do I know? Look, I don't care what you think. Are you going to show me that Mishy statue or not? All right. Feast your eyes on this. He's so shiny. And it's not every day you get to see him in his original form either. What a dazzling work of art. I can hardly stand to gaze upon such majesty with my mortal eyes. Could have fooled me. You can't even peel your peepers off the thing for a second. Is Retro Mishy your fave or something? It's not that. I love Mishy in all of his beautiful forms, no matter what shape he takes. You might even say I'm a misanthrope. A misanthrope. Is that even a word? Geez, you must really love Mishy if you have to come up with new vocab to describe how you feel. When I first learned the truth about Mishy, it tormented me greatly. But eventually I realized something important. All Mishys are beautiful and deserve my love. And so, here I am. Right. Looks like I still have a long way to go before I can call myself a true Mishy fan like you, Bluehead. You know what? Go ahead and have them. A person who doesn't like people. Gotcha. I feel that. Really? Are you sure? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll treasure him for the rest of my days. He'll be a family heirloom. How much do I owe you? Zilch. Don't worry about it. He belongs with you. Don't be ridiculous. It'd be an insult to Mishy himself if I didn't offer you something in return for such a masterpiece. That said, I don't have all that much Mira to my name. How about I trade you a certain something for it? Does that sound fair? Oh? What do you have in mind? Well... A few days later... Never thought I'd get my hands on one of these. It's a high-speed aircraft that a noble family disposed of once upon a time. The Foundation was supposed to take care of scrapping it, but other than being behind on maintenance, it's still in good shape. Getting rid of it would be such a waste. I'll make arrangements for it to be handed over as recycling, we'll call it. It'd cost the Foundation a pretty mira to dispose of it, so you'd actually be doing us a favor by taking it. After all, I know you'll make good use of it, Jingo. Consider it yours.
I never expected I'd end up getting something like this for that junk.
It's like the TikTok videos that you see. It's like, can I trade
Mods are all set.
this
It's nice and dry. I hereby
for this
christen
big
you
expense,
with
this
your new name,
cheap thing for the most expensive thing? That's exactly how it works. And that's why the golden Mishi was in her room, and that you can interact with it. Ah, I gotcha.
This is the beginning of a new era for Nine Valley. Hope you're ready for some wild and crazy cargo, baby.
Nice. True waterfall. Interesting.
Rendering browsing interface.
Notice how I'm not going back to the Sporting Stone yet? Works best if you're max level. Yeah. I'm not gonna go with a build with waterfall or true waterfall, I don't think. It looks like most of the problems have been addressed. The combat data from the last test proved useful then. Very. I owe the team a lot. The Orbital Gear 3 is officially complete. And you get a passing grade, I suppose. So, what's next? Oh, I haven't given that much thought, actually. Which means your schedule is open. Try analyzing this. What is it? No questions. Huh? But then how? Oh, you want me to figure that part out? There is no rush on your findings, nor is there a need to provide periodic updates. You're free to proceed however you wish. Is there something else? No. It's just you seem to be so swamped with work lately that I was wondering if I could help lighten the load.
That's what I'm here for. What?
There you are, Professor Russell.
Long time no see, Professor Schmidt, and thank you for keeping a watchful eye over my Tita.
Mom, why are you here? Why are all of you here?
Sorry to drop in, Tita. We were just escorting your mom.
And I'm here on a job. A very troublesome job, as it so happens.
How so?
That can wait. There's something much more important here than work.
And the big ol' hug.
And there's you, my baby's breath bundle of cuteness. Oh, mommy has missed you.
And embarrassed.
Mom?
And you've only gotten cuter. Oh, I can't believe it. It's a scientific marvel. They gotta have laws against going over cute capacity because I just can't take it.
Stop it, Mom! Everyone is watching!
Let them. I get to hug and kiss and love on my favorite little girl. My Tita tank's been running on empty for months.
Run away!
Professor?
Just let her get it out of her system.
Poor Tita. Please. This is so embarrassing.
If you're going to fritter away my time, do it where I can't see it.
I'm sorry.
What's up, Mike?
My apologies.
That's Erica for you.
I sometimes forget that my enthusiasm could give a man with already one foot in his grave a heart attack.
There you are with that cheek. I would assume you were the child if I didn't know that was your daughter standing next to you.
Why, thank you. My imagination is as rich as a child's. A good thing, too, since my partner now is a senile old fart whose last good idea may have predated our concept of time.
The nerve.
I can't tell if they hate each other or if this is just their thing.
I'm leaning toward the latter.
Yep.
She's the only engineer I know who can have at it with the professor.
Probably because she's gonna be him in 30 years. Unlike her old man who just loves throwing whatever shit he can find together, these two develop tech with specific goals in mind. They also don't mind throwing everyone else under the bus if it means meeting those goals.
Hey, Red! I got ears.
So, the job?
Right. Time to get down to business.
So you're forming a team to handle problems the Black Workshop left behind?
In short, yes. The workshops left scars all across the land. Their weapons, autonomous and otherwise, are on the black market. It could be people are scavenging for remnants of them.
However they're going about it, it's gonna be a problem in time. The guild's on full alert.
That sounds rough. No wonder you're here.
I came here as a representative of ZCF after receiving a formal request from the Imperial government.
Professors Schmidt and Russell are acting as the linchpins of the team. I'm here since I was connected to the workshop, and the guild is working with us as a safety measure. All of this is being coordinated via the Reinford Company. We'll be investigating old sites while figuring out what to do with the weapons we find in said sites.
I see. I'm surprised you agreed to help, Professor.
I don't see it as helping. I couldn't care less what the government or the guild wants. All I want is the data the Black Workshop left behind.
Yeah, I can't wait to get my hands on it all.
You do have a one-track mind. Do you think I could be a part of the team? I'd love to be of some help. Well,
You don't have to do a thing, Tita.
But...
I did say this job is troublesome, but as you can see, we have more than enough people to go around. And I didn't come all this way for nothing.
We don't even have to worry about funding, since RF and the government's footing the bill.
Father was such a large part of this that my mother and I are by default. If it takes all of Reinford's resources to put an end to it, then that's just what we'll have to do.
And if anybody tries to get rough, they got the bracers to let them know what's what.
I mean, I was never going to worry about that. I know you guys are there.
I mean, Ran and Joshua will probably take everything.
Then you know we're all set. The best thing you can do right now is focus on school.
But what about you? You're in school too.
I sure am. Dean Collins allowed this as part of extracurricular activities. I might even present a new thesis based on my findings.
So why can't I do what you're doing?
There's nothing you can do for this team. Why not make sure Makarov's damn niece doesn't set fire to the building while I'm out?
Oh, Professor, I know Mint can be a lot, but even she wouldn't.
Whoa! That wrench went flying! Huh? How'd it get caught in the vent? Whoa! It caught on fire! This place is about to go up in smoke!
Point proven.
I'm on my way.
Oh, that was great. Mint is like the comedy relief we needed. So we'll be hanging out in the Empire for a while. How long exactly? This particular problem is pretty broad. So we're thinking it'll take about 4 months or so. That long? Dana, that maniac, should be able to hold down the fort just fine. I've got some things that need taken care of as soon as I'm back, but who could resist all this workshop business? How is the entire town not burnt down by Mint? I have no idea. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do to help? It's fine. Don't worry, my little angel. The schedule itself isn't very packed, to be honest. Most of our time will be spent on data analysis. Yep. And if anything decides to get in our way, we'll give them a real smackdown and settle things in a jiffy. So don't stress, okay? If you say so. And if push comes to shove, I can always sacrifice this guy here. I don't mind. Mom. Just kidding. Bullshit. Oh, Agate, you silly, stupid man. Why would I have to resort to sacrificing you when there are so many other fun ways to use a pack mule over the next 4 months? Fun, huh? You can lay off the murderous intent any time now. Oh, it'll be fun, all right. Fun for me. Agate's stuck looking over his shoulder for the rest of his days. It's like her obsession with Agate has gone into overdrive after he and Tita went to the Empire. You do live a life of suffering, don't you? A normal person would have keeled over by now. Must be the A ranker in you. Can you not sound so impressed? What's got you so giggly? Just seeing us all together like this brings me back home is all. Well, home will always be there for you when you're ready for it. And since things are more or less back to normal, how do you like your school, Tita? The press couldn't stop talking about Thors during the war, especially your instructors. Well, everyone's really nice. There's lots of funny and interesting people around here. I was a little afraid when I first came here, but now I feel totally fine. That's good, huh? Sounds like you've made some wonderful memories. Yeah. So make sure you give them a proper goodbye so you don't sour those fond memories. Huh? Don't worry. Once you're settled, you can invite all your friends to come see you in Liberl. Come to think of it, I need to carve out some time in my schedule to talk to this out with your instructors. Wait a second, Mom. What are you talking about? Why would I need to say goodbye? I'm not just here on a job, Tita. I'm here to take you back home. What? Why? This is so out of nowhere. Not as much as you think. I heard that the branch campus stood in opposition to the government during the war. You think I'd leave my daughter in such a dangerous place after hearing that? There was a good reason behind that. We were just trying to... The reason isn't the point. You were caught and put under house arrest for a while, weren't you? Sure, but it all worked out. And if it hadn't, all it would have taken was a single small mistake and I might have never seen my little girl again. I still can't bear the thought even now. Mom. I know you might hate me for taking you back, but I can handle that. I can't handle losing you. But I want to stay here a little longer. Come on, Erica. She's been working her ass off over here. Zip it, Agate. If you'd protected her like you were supposed to, she wouldn't have been in danger in the first place. Who was it you was so cocky when he said he'd keep her safe the day he left, huh? 'Cause it's certainly not you. Don't blame Agate for this. No one could have predicted what happened. I just didn't have the experience to. Nah, she's right. If I'd done my job, you wouldn't have been in half the trouble you were in. I got nothing to defend myself with. Still. With that said, let me ask you this. Why do you want to stay after all that's happened? Well, I'm still in the middle of classes. It'll be another year until I graduate. That doesn't matter. You don't care? Not as much as I care about the real reason you came to Erebonia. I want to study under Professor Schmidt and complete the Orbital Gear 3. And since Estelle and Joshua couldn't come here before, I figured I could be the one to help all of Olivier out. Now those answers matter. I read your report and I think you did amazing work on the Orbital Gear 3, which, of course, my daughter would. Prince Oliver is safe and your friends can now enter the country with no problem. From where I'm sitting, you've already gotten everything you could want out of Erebonia. When you put it like that, maybe, but did all of you know Mom came here to take me home? Yes, we did. We tried convincing her otherwise. You sure you won't reconsider? I think you know what I'll say to that, Estelle. But Tita really likes it here. What's the harm in letting her enjoy it while she's still in school? She likes being at home too, and there's nothing she couldn't learn in Liberl that she learned in Erebonia. That means it's time for her to come back home. That's not true. Am I really wrong? I think so. If I keep producing results, then that proves there's more I can stand to learn here, right? I suppose. The logic's certainly sound enough. We'll be here for a while, so I see no reason not to entertain the idea. We all have plenty of work to wait for her to produce results. We'll be operating out of the branch campus since it's where Professor Schmidt is staying. I highly doubt Tita will be in any danger between now and when we leave. No way she would. Fine. Really? Yes, really, but on 2 conditions. First, you must produce results that can convince me within 4 months. Second, after that, you must clear a test of my choosing. If you can fulfill those 2 conditions, I'll let you stay at Thor's till graduation. Fair? Fair. Project Orbital Gear 4. All right. It's life or death here, so let's kick off our first official meetup for Project Orbital Gear 4. Mint, it's not that big of a deal. We're just brainstorming. You say that, but if your mom isn't happy with what we come up with, then she's gonna pull you from the branch campus. I know. So it is life or death. There's no such thing as going overboard today, because we're as on board can be. We'll need every resource the engineering team here can get their hands on, so let's rock this out. Aye, lassie. We don't plan on skimping if you're at stake. I say screw you, Erica, you have a medal. No. She's just caring for her daughter. Obsessively, but caring. But Tita's at the age where she should, fight to stay in school. That's so sweet. Okay, so I do have to help my uncle with his project, so I won't be able to help all the time. Sorry. Can I say we're gonna be much help either? We might have some trouble following along when it comes to the more complex aspects of this project. That's perfectly okay. Just having you here means the world to me. And I've got to be the one to handle most of it. If I hand too much over, then it's like I've lost the point of it being given to me. You're so nice. That's the spirit. Forget everything else. We're here for you 100%. Then let's do this. Thank you, guys. Now that we got that out of the way, let's really kick off our first official meeting for Project Orbital Gear 4. You keep saying first, miss. So how many more meetings do you need planned with this project? 0. We've only got 4 months. If we don't figure out what we need to do right now, we're gonna be screwed on time. And why call it the first? It felt cool, you know. I was just going with it. So Tita, number 4, eh? You just finished developing Orbital Gear 3, right? It can't be easy trying to one-up yourself so soon. If you're going to convince the professor to let you stay, shouldn't you go with less of a challenge? 1 Albert, 2 Dan, and last Erica. No, it has to be this. My mom designed the first Orbital Gear. If I really want her to recognize my skills, then improving the very thing she started is the way to go. I got you now. Makes sense. Then you won't have another word from us. Where do we start? Do you have a concept in mind for Little Baby 4 that's better than Big Daddy 3? Little Baby 4? Big Daddy 3? It's a wee world in that little noggin, Gustav. Trying to understand it just didn't figure no... my god. That's what I'm stuck on right now. Everyone's helped turn the Orbital Gear 3 into something with incredible specs. Surpassing that is going to require some major overhaul. I don't even know where to start. That'll put a damper on things, yeah? Well, what can't the previous models do? What can we add? There's got to be something. You know, I felt my heart skip a beat when I first saw Panzer Soldat flying around. What about that? Flying? Yeah, that could... Any more faces than I think I was going through pics on a stereoscope. I can't even tell you if you like the idea or not. I like the direction, but we wouldn't be the first to do it. But the Orbital Gear is a Russell thing, isn't it? It is. But 2 years ago, ZCF and the Epstein Foundation joint developed something called the Eidolon Gear. It's like the sister weapon to the Orbital Gear. Oh, like Elisa's EXA. Yeah, but 3 companies were involved with the EXA, whereas the Eidolon Gear mostly had foundation tech to make it stand out. I'm almost certain it was capable of manned flight. Wow, ain't that something? Is there a reason the 3 didn't incorporate it if the technology is already out there? Well, to be honest, it's because I just don't know a whole lot about the Eidolon Gear. That's an easy fix. All we gotta do is ask. I understand. I'll answer any questions you have. Thank you so much, Tio. No need to thank me. ZCF helped make it happen, so it's at the least I can do to share. To start, the Eidolon Gear did achieve flight to some degree, but it was far from perfect. What happened? 2 things: performance and operational time. It's possible to fly with a pilot in the seat, that add another curum and performance drops dramatically. It also significantly refuses how long it can operate. It isn't designed for multi-purpose work for long periods. Forget flight combat. Let's see, the Orbital Gear 3 solved the operational time issue, and it adapted well to suit its pilot's needs on the spot. Another thing is that the Eidolon gear can't function without first linking with the ion system. It was a progressive machine for its time, but it also came with some very big limitations. So it had some incredible stuff to it, but it lacked the versatility of the 3. And adding a flight function to the 3 wouldn't be such a bad idea at all. Not bad. It's pure brilliant is what? It sounds like it would work much better than anything that's come before it, yeah? But it's not like we can just slap it on, right? It's only got so much heft. And it's not like we can apply some kind of booster like with the Panzer Soldats. It would not be easy veering around tight turns with how it's built, too. Not easy isn't the same as impossible. So no matter how hard it is, I'm going to make it happen. Oh, you're all kinds of inspired. We may have some materials that could help, so I'll put them together and send them to you in a bit. Thank you. Thanks to your input, we now have a plan, and this one is sure to make my mom see what I'm made of. One month later. How's progress going? We brought snacks! Oh, hi Sandy. Hi Freddy. You look like you've seen better days. That's nothing Freddy's fighting formula can't fix. Go on, give it a bite. What's in it? Huh? It's a special blend of 7 kind of bugs that help fight fatigue. It's bitter. It's so bitter. What is this deep, rich aftertaste? It's like I'm being swathed in a warm blanket of pure energy. Freddy brought an entire bag of bugs. You were correct on that one, Jim. I like the whole new Tita now. Nothing beats a second win, right? More like nothing beats whatever it is you just gave me. I've got some sandwiches too if you're hungry. I'd love some, Sandy. And thanks a bunch, Freddy. No thanks needed. Anything for a cooking club, comrade. Right. I haven't been able to drop by the club at all lately. Please, if anything, we wish we could do more for you. We're in your corner, Tita. Next year won't be the same if you aren't there to cook with us. I really want to stay too. So far, so good on the plan then, I hope. Well, going by how out of it you were, I'm guessing not. I've made a prototype after prototype, but none of them quite make the cut in terms of specs. I feel bad since everyone's going out of their way to help, but to be honest, I'm stumped. Have you tried asking Professor Schmidt? I don't know. He might just glare at her before brushing her off. I know he's a little scary up front, but I think he'd still give me a hint if I asked. It's just that I don't want him to. My friend's helping me out is one thing, but he's a professor. If this whole thing moves forward based on the input of someone whose mom's equal, then is it really my project anymore? That's a valid point, sure. But that means your roadblock's not going anywhere. So when I hit a wall or something, I do something else to take my mind off it. Oh, you know, I do that too. If I'm stuck on cooking, I like to go out hunting. Want to take a run through the mountains? I'll pass on the mountains. But I like the direction this is going. Actually, I haven't analyzed the device Professor Schmidt gave me yet. I think I'll start there. Who knows? Maybe I can even solve it if I pull another all-nighter. I'm not sure that's going to help. What? Sure it is. Different strokes, Sandy. Do what makes you tick, Tita. As long as you don't overdo it anyway. Thanks, you two. What's up with this reaction? Is this some sort of gravitational engine? But how is it so small? I can't think of any practical use for this on the top of my head. Could be a prototype. I think I get why the professor gave this to me now. Yeah. And now here. Professor Schmidt, do you have a moment? Only just. Keep it brief. It's about the device you gave me. I thought I told you there wasn't need for periodic updates. It's not that. I just want to confirm something about how it's used. Do whatever you want with it. Huh? I said, do whatever you want with it. Now, no more questions. Then I will. Thank you, Professor. I'll see you later. She's going to use it in the Orbital Gear 4. Two months later. Okay, it's time for the final operation trial. I guess it'll have to be. You've only got 2 days until you present your findings to Erica. You gotta be proud of how far you've come. Maybe. I never dreamed the unit the professor gave me would turn out to be a new gravitational engine. The internals were really unique, so it took lots of tweaking to make it work. After fitting it to this prototype, I couldn't believe the kind of results I was getting. So that set the direction I needed to follow. After that, new ideas just kept coming, and the prototype was done before I knew it. I've done a few flight tests and made improvements after each, and now... what is it, Agate? Nothing. I just like how passionate you are. Sometimes I just get the fire in me and I can't stop yammering. Anyway, thanks for coming with me today. Like I'd let you come all the way out here alone. Why did you pick a spot in the middle of nowhere like this anyway? Well, this is my last chance to collect data, so I want to make the most of it. Nobody comes here, and the elevation is naturally uneven. It's just the perfect for flying around. Makes sense. Well, go wild. I'll be here watching you the whole way. So let me know if you need anything. Okay, I'm gonna get started. Where's her seatbelt? Agate, I finished the test course now. Good stuff. Here are all the numbers you wanted. No idea if they're good or not. Looked like you were flying pretty well to me, though. Oh, this is a big success. Huge. Mom's bound to be satisfied by numbers like this. Awesome. Guess all that's left is for Mama Bear to go over it with a fine-tooth comb. Sounds like you've got it in the bag. Thanks so much for all the help, Agate. Maybe it's a bit premature to be saying this before Mom gives the okay, but I'm gonna need more of that while I'm at the academy. Yeah, I got you. This fails the safety inspection where the hardness... Where is the hardness to protect the pilot from falling out, right? It needs to be strapped in. The guild's still understaffed in the Empire, so I wasn't planning on heading home anytime soon. Coming to check on you every so often's easy enough. Yay. Something's up with that airship. Could be some kind of mechanical failure. If the pilot can't descend, it's going to crash into the mountain. That's not good. Good thing I have this unit. I'm going to go and help. Oh, she's the one that saves Marquis Ballad. How fitting. Flight feels completely down. Can someone in there hear me? Who are you? There's no time to explain. Just please hold on tight to something. I need to elevate it somehow. Full power. This isn't enough. Releasing output limiter.
Please, just a bit more. Ah! I did it. Now I just need to get back to Agate. Huh? Don't tell me it overheated. Huh? Agate!
You okay, Tita?
By the skin of my teeth, but yeah. I'm okay.
I can't take my eyes off of you for a second now, can I? Nothing but trouble, I swear.
I'm so sorry. If I hadn't run off like that on my own...
I'm teasing. You got nothing to apologize for. You probably saved the lives of everyone on that airship. You did the right thing, Tita.
You mean it?
Still, you might be safe.
But we can't say the same for the Orbital Gear 4, huh?
Oh, hello. The two eventually descended to the bottom of the canyon and recovered the Orbital Gear 4's wreckage. Unfortunately, it was clear that a few days wouldn't be enough to fix it, and peculiarly, the new engine fitted within was nowhere to be found. In the end, Tita returned to the branch campus in low spirits. Agate gently patted her on the back in an effort to cheer her up. Nothing to see here? Nope, not at all. Not at all. Fill 100% of the character tab of the notebook.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
I'll save that one for next time, I think.
Sporting Stone activated. Executing recuperation program.
Yeah, we'll do one. Am I in post?
Magical
No,
girl Elisa LS.
I am not in post game yet. We'll be in. Well, we're going to the Retributive Tower next stream.
Episode 2, Stall Ritter Strike.
Inspired to save their beloved classmate Elisa from mortal danger, Yuna and Muse chose to become magical girls. They took up their newfound duties with aplomb, working to repel the underworld's forces one after another to keep them from stirring up trouble. Poor dragon. But for all their sparkling charm and spellbinding efforts to trounce the enemy for good, new twists continued to lie in wait just around the corner. Okay, girls. Every second, every Mona... Demons from the underworld try to sneak their way here. What does this mean? It means you got to patrol. What kind of Christmas gift is this? It's me giving you entertainment, Dragon. You say you were going to play the Yakuza game? Yeah, we're playing Yakuza 0. After we get through Reverie. So once we get through post game content and everything, then we're going to be into Yakuza. You waited until it got late with work the next day. This was intentional. It was not intentional. I also don't work until next Wednesday. I kind of like the black uniforms though. If only I could. But the newest anime I've been simply enamored with is set to air this evening. I need to go home now if I want to catch it. Poor Heart Trip. I've been playing Gaiden and the two Judgment games. Nice. You're playing hooky again over anime? What gives? Your excuse last time was there was a clearance sale you couldn't afford to miss. I figured you must have been hurting for Mira. That's a generous assumption. She looks like she's walking around with cash to spare. You're not telling me she's been lying to us. Is it true, Muse? Say it ain't so. Now, no need to kick up a fuss. Even if I can't say, the girl's gotta have her secrets. I'll see you later. Ta-ta. Oh no, you can't run away from me. Hold on, Mona. If anyone sees you, we'll be in big trouble. Relax, if I see anyone, I'll just flop over and pretend to be sweet. Come, Mona. Plushy. Heck. Did you say something? I'm just a rabbit. A sweet kimono. Plushy. Nothing else to see here. No, You must be hearing things. I guess so. She's stepping right on me. Could have sworn I stepped on something soft and squishy, but I don't see anything like that on the ground. So how fast is this little guy? Of course you don't. Now you must be seeing things, feeling things, straight up imagining all the kinds of things. I guess so. Again. That was horrible. I thought it was done for. Oh, quit your whining. I'll throw you in the washer when we get home, leave you to dry in the sun, and that's problem solved. You'll be good as new. Schoolgirl Duvalie is what we needed in our lives. I only pretended to be a plushie. I'm a living, breathing creature. I don't want to be hung to dry. Huh? It's from Allie. Hey, Allie. How's it going? Did you end up trying that pancake joint I was telling you about? Yes, their pancakes were very delicious. I'm glad to hear it. Let me know if you've ever got a hankering for some ice cream. I got a great spot in mind for you. Understood. Wait, I didn't call you to talk about food. This is an emergency. What? What happened? A considerable spike in mana was detected earlier in town. And whatever their source, they seem like more than your typical enemies. That's not good. So where in town exactly? You'll find them in the shopping mall over by the station. Thanks. They just had to show their faces during peak shopping hours, huh? Then let's show their faces the pavement instead. Come on. You and I both know I'm no good in a fight now. You can go on ahead, okay? I'll catch up later. Got it. I'll come with you, Yuna. It's quiet here. Too quiet. Hey, look who decided to join us. You say? What are you doing here? Oh, it's you, Yuna. Did you sense that weird anomaly and decide to check it out too? Not necessarily that, but something is off. I don't understand what's happening. Just like that, everyone in the mall goers fell asleep. I transformed before the same thing could happen to me, but still. So everyone here's knocked out? Right, and I haven't a clue as to how to go about waking them up. Are you doing okay? You seem pretty shaken up by this whole thing. I'm fine, really. The greatest minigame of all time. Everybody's favorite. Well, we know for a fact that there's a huge jump in mana around here. Maybe that's got something to do with this. Indeed, it does. That is because we, the Stahlritter, now claim this area as our domain. The Stahlritter? So you're the ones behind knocking everyone out. Wake up these mall goers and let them go, now. If you don't, we'll make you... Yeah! And it's totally canon. You say? I was expecting you to strike without warning. Your aim is commendable, but it will take far more than that to defeat the likes of us. You have to be kidding me. I thought if I caught you by surprise, then surely... These two are Ines and Anea, two major war monarchs, and the toughest generals in the underworld army. I like the black and gold armor. It's a lot better than the silver armor, I will say that. That's like the black school uniforms. I like them better than the other ones. They're bad news. We should run for it. Poor thing. I hate to tell you this, but you're not going anywhere. How can they be so strong? If we don't think of something soon, we could be in a lethal danger. It's time we end this. Farewell. Not so fast. Allie? You're here? I recognize you. You used to stand with the Dark Prince. Haven't you turned your back on him in the Underworld Army? I will always be loyal to the prince. Even now, my hope is to do whatever it takes to make him act normally again. If that means facing the underworld army instead of standing with it, then so be it. How cool. I applaud your valor. What the? Would you look at that? The Arcus 2 is resonating again. Are you telling me? Where the hell did you even whip that up from? You don't have pockets. Altina, take this. What for? This device will change your dark powers into light.
I am the light that shines through despair. Call me Magical Tilly, the magical girl of hope.
Magical Tilly? She transformed into a magical girl? Underworld demons can do that? So this is the power of a magical girl. I'd say we've got the upper hand now. Now to launch counterattack and... Stop. Why? You may think we're stronger with our numbers, but even with hope on my side, it's clear as day to me. We're stalled against the Stahlritter. That can't be. Why do you think they said run? And we will. With my powers, we can easily escape them. So let's retreat for the time being and think up a better plan of attack. I mean, if that's all we can do. Yes, it seems we don't. I told you, girls aren't going anywhere. Open, dark dimension. We gotta get sucked up in here there again? I can't do this alone. Yuna, Muse, I need your help to break through.
Now let the battle begin!
The magical girl of hope. Fires a laser that deals constant damage to an enemy straight ahead.
Hope is here. I'm Magical Alley. Try not to fall behind.
My turn. I'm here.
My turn.
Right back at you. We all have to survive so we can go back home.
Exit track.
My turn.
How do I do this again? Oh, there it is.
Magical Excel Spark.
Yeah, for a minute I forgot. It looks like we got away. That was a close one. I don't think they follow us either. If they intend to do something inside the mall, it's likely they can't stray far from it. Seriously, Muse, what's gotten into you? You're usually so flippant and lighthearted. I never thought anything could get to you with how cool you managed to stay. Did something happen? I suppose I should come clean, The truth is, I managed that shopping mall. Huh? You know how I lost my parents in an accident several years ago, don't you? Yeah, I remember. They were entrepreneurs, and in a way, this mall here was a culmination of all the hard work. So when they passed, their pride and joy became mine. As luck would have it, I turned out to be quite adept at running a business. Still, even if I'm adept, it takes all my time outside of school to keep it running as well as it does. It's no wonder you can't perform your magical girl duties. I wish you told us before, Muse. I would have understood. Yeah, I thought you were only ditching us so you could run off and have fun. Perish the thought, but if you knew how sweet, frail me owned a whole shopping mall, wouldn't that have put a rift between us? I'd say you cutely calling yourself sweet and frail does that more. But seriously, we're friends. Maybe we haven't been friends for long, but you've always felt so capable to me. It doesn't surprise me at all that you're a businesswoman. I'm with Yuna. I'm both the sweet and frail thing, and you being capable. Oh, you're gonna make me cry. But I'm glad I told you. Now you see why it's bothering me so much that invaders from the underworld have taken over the mall. I want to do all I can to protect the legacy my parents left me. If only those demons weren't so strong. Yeah, I'm stumped. Stumped is a poor excuse in my book. We need the mall back, so we're gonna take it back. That's kind of you to say, Yuna, but what can we do? And no dodging with weird answers. I promise I'm not dodging anything. I don't have better ideas than you do. Maybe there really isn't anything we can do. No, there is. Elisa? Where have you been all this time? I went to go look for a solution for our problem. Or rather, to bring the solution to us. You don't mean... That she does. You look well, Mona. I miss your round fluffiness. And you have some new faces with you. We have Emma. Shut up. Aren't you Laura from the Kendo Club? And Emma from the Literature Club? You guys know what's going on? Judging by their outfits, they more than know. You're right. These are magical Laura and magical Emma, who are, according to my data, veteran magical girls. Close, but your information is a little out of date. Our last venture into the underworld made us realize we needed far more strength, so we trained independently to change our classes. You changed classes? Indeed. A mystical being saw my potential as a witch. I have since specialized in the way of sorcery to become Butterfly Witch Emma. And I elected to hone my physical skills after mastering the Arsage School's ultimate technique. I have awakened as Princess Knight Laura. All of that flew over my head, not gonna lie, but it sounded really cool. With you helping us, we just might be able to wipe the floor with the Stall Ritter. I hate to break it to you, but even with them, you won't be wiping anything. Why not? The Stall Ritter is dangerously powerful. Anea, the manager, in particular, is famed for her ability to absorb mana. That's why they decided to take over the mall in the first place, to amass the mana of all the people shopping there. Ines that uses that mana to fortify herself, making the impervious to both blade and magic alike. Manager, indeed. So that's what made Ines so invincible. I hate to admit it, but me trying to best them in the underworld is what put me in the mess I'm in with my abilities. The average person actually has a decent amount of mana to manager. They simply don't know how to utilize it. It is what gives the human world a higher rate of magical girl awakenings. I say as a resident of the underworld. The more I think on it, the more I don't see how we could possibly defeat the Stahlritter. No, with this much strength on our side, we most certainly have what it takes. I have a plan. Listen closely now. Taking a shot every time they make a pun about ready to tap out, and I'm just about ready to tap out. Why would you do that to yourself? You're not gonna get away with this. Time to take you down. Well, after your dramatic exit, I didn't think you had the gall to face us again. Such fools, only defeat awaits those who defy us. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Let's do this.
No fright is too big to scare me away. It's time for Magical Yuna, the magical girl of courage.
I'm proud of you for doing that.
My feelings will embrace the world in a tender light. I am Magical Muse, the magical girl of love. I am the light that shines through despair. Call me Magical Ellie, the magical girl of hope.
I hope you don't have to work tomorrow, Heart Drip. If you magical girls are so confident you have what it takes, we'd love to see you try. I see you're as tough as ever. I'll cover you. Your fight is with me, Anea the manager. And with me. Please, double teaming won't get you very far against me, or any degree of teamwork. We'll see who has the last laugh. Now. Understood. You're also kidding. The advantage is ours, and that means you've got to go. Just taking a sip. Do you intend to force us apart? Almighty gate, I beseech thee, open thyself and send these souls to the beyond. The dragon is not. Anea? Sounds like Muse's plan is going off without a hitch. I've got to hurry and do my part. Are we outside? You can stall us no longer, Stahlritter. It's time you accepted your fate and surrendered. You don't think you've won simply because you teleported me away from Ines, do you? Judging by our surroundings, we're still in town. It won't take long for her to find me. It's adorable how you're putting on a brave face. Getting you away from the mall was much more important than splitting you and Ines up. Doing that sealed off your source of for your power. You can't do anything now. It's clear to me why you gave no attempt to chase after us earlier. In order to absorb the massive amount of mana you needed, you have to choose where you intend to strike carefully. Stray too far and you're left with nothing to expend. Even if your partner did find you, you have no way of strengthening her like before. I can't believe you figured all of that out. You're one sharp young lady. You've only just begun your journey as magical girl, and yet you're thinking like someone who's been at it for years. Underestimate yourself as a piece of her game board at your own peril. Anea. Forgive me, Ines. We've been well and truly had. Muse, the mall-goers woke up, and none of them look worse to be worse for wear. And that's good. Really good. Because now it means we can all fight without having to hold back. We won't stand down just because we have your clever tactics. We shall fight with all our might. Open, dark dimension. Her hand just clipped off. This is it, girls. For humanity's sake. You've got to take down the Stall Ritter.
Now let the battle begin!
Oh, I like that. Boost the size of shots and shard shots.
Magical Excel Spark!
First they give me Okay, what do we got? I wasn't expecting magical girls to put up such a fight. But no matter their strength, there's no match for wee Stall Ritter. How? Where are they getting such phenomenal mana? I thought she couldn't absorb any mana here. About that, I forgot to mention before, but when Elisa fought them in the underworld, they robbed her most of their strength. That's why she can't transform anymore. Her strength is now theirs. They're using that now to retaliate. Now that would have been nice to know a lot sooner. This puts us in a rather dangerous spot. Elisa was the first one among us to become a magical girl, so her mana is exceptionally potent. Just how can we overcome this? How pitiful. Hey, you're that girl who stepped on me. What's a civilian doing here? Duvally? It really is you. Just where have you been? Why haven't you been answering our calls to assemble? I believe this girl is Sir Duvally. leader of the Stall Ritter, but she was thought to be missing for some time. Nuh-uh. I'd rather we not have to fight another... You've got it all wrong. I couldn't take another minute of secondhand embarrassment watching you get pushed around, so I'm jumping in to lend you a magical girl's a hand. What kind of minigame is this? You would turn your back on the underworld? I don't understand. Why are you... I'll explain after we fight and knock some sense into these two. I don't know what to process first here, but if you want to fight with us, far be it for me to say no. Pick an enemy and get their ass. The best one? Boost defense and speed.
This is it! This is the end! We need to brace ourselves for anything to bring the Dark Prince back to his senses. Take this! Take this! Magical Excel Spark! Take this! Instant track! Take this! Take this! Magical Excel Spark!
Can we,
Here to play. Engaging.
It's my turn.
Shatter! It's my turn. Engaging.
It's my turn.
Shatter! Shatter!
isn't this game magical? Oh yeah.
Crescent Heel! Shatter! Shatter!
Sparkling Strike!
Shatter!
Am I gonna be stuck like this now because you got a friggin' shield up?
Prism Shatter!
hit do that too? No.
Exit track. Shatter!
I'm here.
I did forget something.
Engaging.
It's my turn.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Magical Excel Spark! Shatter! Sparkling Strike! There!
Crescent Heel.
Shatter! I will protect world peace!
I got S rank. We've lost, haven't we? Good time we won. That was a tough one. We only just managed to pull through. Oh yeah. I just had to remember that I could charge a shot, that's all. We're still in the thick of it. Look. S rank is good. S rank is good. What's up, yo? Welcome in. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Why, Duvally? How could you betray the underworld army? Betray us. You're our leader. Before the truce a while back was made between the two worlds, I sneaked in to see what humans were like. To get as up close and personal as possible, I disguised myself as a high schooler. My investigation concluded that this world was well worth building a positive relationship with. But when I reported this to the senior command, an assassin was dispatched to take me out. You jest. I wish. That assassin came from our very own underworld army. The timing was too perfect. They perfectly capable of making it happen. The minigame is easier than traditional bullet hell games. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out what game it reminds me of. I can't believe it. You, of all people. Between that and the Dark Prince suddenly changed in personality, something is clearly going on behind the scenes. This is an actual story, not just a Reverie thing. Interesting. And if the underworld army I was a part of is up to something nefarious, then I feel it's my duty to put a stop to it. Now that you know the truth, I'd like it if you help me in Essenea. Would you? I don't know. No matter the reason, desertion is desertion. So you're satisfied with the way things are now? The light novel for it is okay. Interesting. You're really satisfied with absorbing the mana of innocent civilians? We never used to resort to that. Not even against our enemies. I can't imagine this is something either of you want. You're only doing this because you were ordered to, aren't you? I would be lying if I said no. I can't tell you what is going on with that underworld or the army, but what I can tell you is that it isn't right. What better way to show the Stahl Ritter's loyalty to our realm than to do our part to right its wrongs? Well, Too true. How could we be such fools? We were so close to forgetting why we swore fealty in the first place. You win. We'll join you, Duvalie. Besides, all I would do is worry if I knew you were taking this on alone. As would I. Part of the job is looking after you. Must I reiterate that I am not a baby? The uniform you're wearing states otherwise. It was for a high school girl, I think you said? She's right. It looks so adorable and youthful. Ah. You're teasing her so relentlessly. But from the looks of it, all has ended well, yes? Yep, all ends super well. Things couldn't have turned out better. A few days later. Okay, then. Next place is... Wait up. Hi there, Muse. How could you all not invite me? I thought we were friends. Then do you intend to join today's patrol? If it's alright with you, from this day forward you can count on me to do much more proactive in my magical girl duties. We're always going to be okay with it, but don't you still have the shopping mall to look after? I've been able to hire a lot more staff I can trust to handle some of the day-to-day responsibilities, thankfully. That, and just how would business fare if demons were to run rampant? Sales would plummet. If you ever want to read it, Jeff, I can recommend some sites. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So please, let me do my part to keep this town and the rest of the world safe. Now that's making the most of your time in monetary terms and virtuous terms. A good businesswoman knows that time and money, that's all. I don't think most business owners slot saving the world into their schedules. Well, there is one other reason I want to strut my magical girl stuff a bit more. I've kept this secret until now, but Green's such a dreamboat, isn't he? Not even in this. Oh, Lord. I've had my eye on him for a while. You what? What do you mean you've had your... Fee, is that you? Sorry, but do you mind holding on a sec? We're in the middle of a very important... Nope, my stuff's more important. The Underworld Army forces have begun making their move. It's only a matter of time before the final battle's gonna kick off. To be continued. Next time on... No rest for the weary, huh? We might have taken down the mighty Stahlritter, but the Underworld Army's right on our tail. They'll be in human world before we know it. It's gonna take all of us magical girls, old and new, to enter the Underworld's infernal castle. Will it be easy? Oh, I doubt it. But that won't be enough to stop us from trying to kick their sorry demon butts.
Next time on Magical Girl Elisa, Infernal Castle Siege. What? This will be the last episode? Magical Girl Elisa, LS.
You just realized you never finished the minigame in your playthrough? We got the magical costume set. All right.